Speaking of
what is number
Saw,
1 on this BuzzFeed list?
It's the original, the room with the Adam and Dr. Gordon or whatever.
What's
Ah,
that?
that's
Honestly,
lame.
overrated.
Yeah,
I think
for real.
I think it's good because those characters are good, but like, that's not the best trap.
Can we start a movie review podcast? No one's ever tried that before, and we have some hot
Absolutely.
opinions. Like,
Yes.
Saw 1's okay. Let's read a BuzzFeed article.
I think that Jurassic World is better than Jurassic Park.
Oh God,
I'm kidding.
Wow.
I don't actually think that. I don't actually think that. Sorry.
We were about to kick Dave out.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, Jurassic Park still holds up because of the amount of practical effects that they did with the dinosaurs versus the CGI.
They
Yeah.
really could have rectified a lot in Jurassic World by giving all the dinosaurs feathers and making them fat and cute, and they didn't. And for that, I will never forgive them. I wanted historically accurate dinosaurs. Thank you.
They could have gone the way of Thumberchonk.
Thumberchonk?
Thumberchard from Dungeons and Dragons. In the Honor Among Thieves movie, they made him extra chonky, even though he was already big to begin with.
Oh, that really fat dragon.
Yeah. So he actually has some lore to the actual background of the game, but they made him super chunky in the film, and yeah. So they could have gone that way, give them all feathers and make them super chonk.
Yeah.
Give them all feathers and make them super chonk.
Mm-hmm.
Truly.
That's like the name of an NGO somewhere for sure.
Definitely is, yeah.
Yeah.
Super
There's
chonk
like
or the whole thing?
The whole thing. There's
whole
like a petition on change.org right now. That is exactly those words.
And if there isn't, we can start it.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so I expect by the end of the session we're going to have a nice change.org petition that we can link and send to all of our friends, like a creepy chainmail from the 90s.
Wait, you guys have friends?
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry, people on my Discord friends list.
That's y'all. I'm kidding. None of my friends use Discord is really what it boils down to.
Oh.
There's an
Outside of you
episode in like the last season, I think, of The West Wing, where like the whole season is them working on the presidential campaign or whatever. So they're all just traveling the whole time, and there's like 3 of the like people on the campaign are sitting around like literally the day before the election talking to each other, and one of them's like, "Man, I haven't seen my friends in a week," and another one's like, "Man, I haven't seen my friends in months," and the third one's like, "All my friends are in this room," and they're like, "You win."
I'm just laughing at the absurdity that we're still talking about movies and TV shows. Oh. After. I'm good, I swear. I just.
Are you?
Okay.
Are you sure?
Oh, let me just. There we go. After.
Did you just slap yourself?
No, I just slapped in front of myself to I wanted my ears to ring so I'd stop laughing. No, when I slap myself, it's not like, it's just like it doesn't really pick it up as well. After a tenuous journey, leaving Leshka and making your way towards Rekuri Town, a strange and seemingly unassuming journey to the coast left you a little more scared and convinced of the dangers of the pirates of the Ophirian Ocean. But after they were dealt with and you found the apparent fate of the missing knights of the Beacon Keep, you headed back to Rekuri Town, got your group together, and made your way eventually to Alice, where you all went your separate ways for a little while, began planning, and, well, Strieg went to a party with Cassie. She didn't know why she was there, he didn't know why he was there, but try as you might, you still were, and things went well until a horrifying end in which Cassie tripped, fell, and twisted the holy hell out of her ankle. Strieg doing your best to take care of and protect her during this very dangerous time, staying the night at the Dalashik estate that hosted the party. That same night, it was Rohan, Garrett, and Molly who went and ran cons, stealing from the drunk and clueless as you went bar hopping across much of the western half of Alasir, starting in central Alasir, making your way up, and eventually ending up in Hull Rock at the sunken Parisian, where you came across a very questionable sort of person. Introduced herself as something Moretti. Just wanted you to pay back. After Rohan threatened to give her nothing and negotiated down to little more than a pittance, you guys made your way back and home. The next day was wrought with investigation as to who this person was that had apparently spoken with Cassie and where they went, and, well, it went about as well as you could expect from a group that has no formal investigative training. Some magic, some lying, some subterfuge, and some very questionable but seemingly working methods later. You found out that apparently this strange gentleman, this powerful mage of some repute, Elandar Vossarion, was not invited to the party. But for all of the questions, all of the concerns, he eventually found his way to the Anchor and Helm, where after some amount of time he apparently absconded with Cassie. Your day ended with an investigation into where they could have possibly went, following back his very respectable apprentice to an alleyway with a seemingly arcane entrance. So, I would ask unto you three. Strieg, Rohan, Garrett, it is well after sunset. The day is growing long. All of the investigations, all of the searching, all of the hunting has certainly drawn something from you, but what you get from that is questionable at best. But for now, is there anything else you guys wish to do for the evening?
I want to go to sleep.
Are we assuming that we've come back from the alleyway, or are you falling asleep in the middle of the alleyway?
Well, I'm saying I want to go back and go to sleep.
Okay.
I assume we are in the alleyway at the moment, but
yes, we're picking up where we left off after you guys saw the after the very interesting 3 individual hunts for this apprentice.
I think I will probably, I guess I don't remember, I don't know exactly like how secure each of the doors is, or like if there's a concierge or whatever that's going to stop me, but if the Anchor and Helm seems like accessible, I think I will sleep in Cassie's room just in case, you know, somebody comes back or there's something. And I mean, like, why not avail ourselves of a nice room?
Yeah. No, it is, they are very much like, they are secure, but they are not going to be, like, they they're always willing to work with clients
Cool.
and customers and anyone who comes through their doors to keep them happy. And it is not an issue at all.
Perfect. Yeah. I would like to go back to the Anchor and Helm and sleep in Cassie's room then. And ideally meet up again at the Anchor and Helm in the morning and try to hunt down Cassie. Try to figure out how to get through this arcane door or whatever. My plan, like cards on the table, my plan is that if I can go to sleep and get my spell slot back, then I'll cast invisibility and then I'll go in through, I'll try to go in through the portal, through the door, so that I can go in without them necessarily knowing that I'm there or whatever, and scope the place out.
I'm fine with that.
Thinking.
I'm fine with that. I will retreat back to the inn that I have and check in with Molly.
Yeah. Would you like the other earring just in case? Or
no, you can keep that. I trust you. You're really good with that.
Okay.
And
Cool.
for the sake of my sanity, don't forget that you guys are able to move your tokens so we know where everyone is in the city, because you guys got different rooms at different places.
That's correct. Where is the inn that I got rooms
the
at
Rusty
again?
Iron Tankard at the North Landing.
Oh, perfect. So we will shoop.
I thought you were gonna use the arrow keys and just. I was expecting shoop. Like I was waiting for that, and then he just flew over anyway.
Yeah, how else would I move him?
So
I can make two of us invisible. I just realized. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
As you arrive back, you can see that the door to Molly's room is closed, as is the door to Bex's room.
How late is it?
It's after sundown, but before, most people would still be up. It's 9 o'clock-ish.
I start by knocking on Bex's door to see if she is there or not.
No.
Not there? Okay. I try Molly's door next.
She answers, and you can see that you can see she has what looks like, if not a broken nose, a severely bruised one, and you can see she has what looks like a rag stuffed up it to stop it from bleeding.
Hey Molly, are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. So we lost Cass. She was in the room having a meeting with this guy that she met at the party they went to the other night, and we went to go check in on them, see how they were doing, and they were gone. Supposedly she's hanging out with this mage guy. He's training her, but we don't know for sure because they were just gone. We met up with the apparently his apprentice. I just wanted to fill you in on what was going on.
Make her contact me and tell me she's okay too.
Yeah, and if every once in a while you just want to check in with Rohan, just to let him know you're not dead, that would be awesome. Just because you got the earring, you don't have to do it all the time, but just let us know you're still alive.
Sorry,
and,
I'm not there. I probably shouldn't be like
that was a valid point, though. That was a valid point. Just to let him know.
She gives a nod. That is all right.
Okay. Cool. And like I said, if you need help with anything, let us know. We're happy to help. But
I am just helping people.
Okay.
Like you all told me to.
Okay. If you need help helping, we're here. But I will.
I need coin.
You need coin?
Yes.
Okay. How much do you need? A lot of coin? A little coin?
Yes.
So both. Okay. Let's see. I can give you 14 silver. Does that help? Okay, I give her 14 silver.
He takes it and begins counting it and putting it in a small, not even a coin purse, it's just a little leather pouch.
Alright, well, I am gonna go to sleep, and I will be here in the morning.
She just kind of gives a little half nod and begins to shut the door, and she pauses for a second as she's about to and just looks at you. If you need help with anything with Cass, let me know.
Okay. We're gonna meet up at the helm and anchor in the morning. And we'll discuss kind of what we want to do from there. So if you want to meet up with us, you're welcome. Otherwise, if you're busy doing something and you want to get a hold of Rohan, just give him a little, however you guys talk over that, and just let him know, like, hey, I want to help. What's going on? What's the plan? And he'll fill you in. All right?
I don't think he likes talking to me.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if that's how you feel, that's fine. But I will let them know in the morning, if you're not able to make it, that you are willing to help.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
At this point, quickly
have a good
shuts
night.
the door. And
Sorry, that was truly an involuntary response.
and you guys both head off to bed.
I truly love the Garrett's vibe talking to everybody. That's just like a dad who has a teenage child who's just like the teenage child is rebelling, and Garrett just wants to be like, look, I support you, but please let me know what's happening. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. You just haven't talked to me in days.
That's basically kind of what it is.
Yeah, I know.
mean, she wants her freedom. She's an adult. She wants her freedom to do her shit, and as long as she's not killing people, Garrett doesn't have a problem with it. I mean,
She
I'm
shows
she's
up
not
with more
killing.
injuries every time you see her.
I just love the vibe that it's like, honey, I don't care if you listen to your metal music and you go on your Tinder and your Facebook. Just,
I mean, maybe she's
have dinner with
maybe
us
she's
every once in a while.
maybe she's going to the theater, and or maybe she's joining an underground fight club.
Yeah, clearly.
I mean, she can't tell us if she's joined an underground fight club.
That's true. Those are one of the rules.
At least
Those
that's what
two
I've
of the
heard.
rules.
It would be
Yeah.
wild if there was an underground fight club on an island.
I don't
mean,
think
it doesn't
was
have to be
literally
literally
underground.
So
underground.
anyway, before we get too far off topic too fast, you guys. Meanwhile, Rohan, Streak, you guys make your way back to the anchor and helm.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So there is no Cassie, there is no Molly, and there is no Bex. There are but 2 people left, with Garrett being gone right now. Is there anything else you guys wish to do over the evening or night?
Nope.
No.
All right. So, you guys head to bed, and the clock ticks well past midnight, and it is the 1st of Halloween. That means I need to fix the recording overlay. So, first off, Rohan, Streak, is there anything special you are doing in the morning?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's like, I keep trying to think if there's something we should be doing to investigate for Cassie, but then I remember we know where she is. We just don't know how to get in, so there's not really any use talking to people or whatever. So yeah, I don't think there's anything special.
Is the next plate doing breakfast?
I'm sorry?
The next plate, that was where
That's where you met the contact to sell the
Right.
amulet.
Are they doing
it's
breakfast?
also Shriek's favorite restaurant.
Oh, so amazing.
Do they do breakfast, or they just do one meal all day?
One meal all day. You can go there multiple times. Like,
I'm just saying, like, let's.
see what it is
I was
today.
thinking about on my way over, stopping at the next plate and grabbing some breakfast.
You were going to check on Molly beforehand.
Yeah.
Right. She is there. Like when she answers.
Does she look worse than last night?
She looks fucking exhausted. Like she hasn't slept.
Okay.
She's got like heavy bags under her eyes. Like you can't tell what are old scars and like what are new bruises, but like in all likelihood, she was not in her room for much of the night. And she just
I'm gonna go over to the Anchor and Helm to meet up with them. If you want to come now, that's fine. If not, if you want to get some rest, you can.
Hey, you need me? I can. Yes,
I will.
I will.
I'll let you get some sleep. You look a little tired.
She shuts the door, and a moment later has her oversized cloak on and seems ready to go, or as ready to go as she possibly could.
All right. Well, do you want to stop and get some breakfast on the way over? There's this restaurant that apparently Streak said was really good that we got to walk by.
Okay.
All right. So we head over to the next plate. What are they cooking up?
As you make your way to the next plate, it is as chaotic of a mess as you could ever imagine over there. There are a number of... Let me ollie over. Know where everyone is.
I will move myself.
There are a number of... The line out the door in the morning might be worse than it was when you were last there.
I wasn't there.
When the party was last there. I was trying to use the royal you. I forgot you're the only one here right now.
Yep.
It looks like it is... They are preparing potatoes again. You can you hear the chaos of people calling out, and like you can see a couple of people that, like, you know, you might have to ask, but it looks like what they have done is they are making just these nice chunks, almost like, you know, steak fries that are seasoned. And they are just cooking them at breakneck speed. They are just producing them on these chaotic conveyor belts, hand-cranked, moving them down, yelling at people, and it looks like you're waiting it'll be about a 10-minute wait.
That's fine.
All right.
And then I guess, yeah, once we get it, we get the food and we head over to the Anchor and Helm.
It is going to be running you 5 copper each. How
Okay,
many are you getting?
Fuck it, let's get 4.
4. All right. Are you paying for all of them?
Yeah, I'll cover it.
All right, so that's going to be 2 silver. And as you're kind of walking back, Molly's already eating. And she's just kind of like humming beneath herself and just begins that singing that Rohan loves so much. Golden sticks of sizzling delight, darkness take a bite, salted and crispy pale gleam, we munch on these forbidden dreams. As she is just rhyming about these steak fries.
I'm sorry, did you say they were like, are they just steak fries, little salt? Little pepper.
They're salted. There is some seasoning, but it is very subtle. It seems like they were just essentially steak fries.
Okay, boom. All right, I am eating steak fries for breakfast.
All right.
As are the rest of you. Get used to it.
Big chunk, like it's a big like. They only do one thing. It seems like they have a very heavy shipment of potatoes they need to go through.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Rohan, Strieg, anything you guys were doing in the morning before making your way before the other two get there?
No. I mean, does Molly have the earring in now or no?
No.
Okay. Then no. I'm just hanging out, waiting for them. I think I'm just kind of like anxiously sitting there, just trying to think like I don't know. I think Rohan is still like annoyed that he wasn't chosen, to be honest, and he's a little worried about Cassie. But it's like
salty.
Yeah, I think it is like he's worried about Cassie, but like realistically, he knows that like these kinds of people, like people who are powerful or rich or whatever, they're like entitled, but not like I don't think they like straight up lie, mostly because they wouldn't need to. If they wanted to do something evil, they would just do it and be like, haha, whatever, you know? Like, I kind of take the person at their face, like, at face value that they, I don't know, have some business with Cassie. They might be manipulating her in some way, but she's probably safe. So, like, given that information, I think he is just like, all right, I'm, like, a little worried, but mostly I'm just like, why her? She hasn't proved once that she has any powers. In fact, the one time that I thought she did, it turns out she was totally lying.
I'd like to think that you're actually ranting all this to Strieg.
Oh, for breakfast? You're sitting there, like, sopping up some stew with bread and just bitching like crazy.
And I'm just, like, sitting there silently nodding along.
I am, but every, like, 5 minutes, it's just like, I mean, look, you know, Cassie's great. Like, I have nothing against Cassie. You know, she's, and I'm like, and we all know she has magical powers just to fuck with Strieg.
I'm totally not listening.
Wow, rude. Okay, no, that's fair. But yeah, I am just very much like petty and rambling, ranting.
It is a hot, like, Rohan woke up and he was heated. He was coming in hot. As you guys, after a little while, you see Garrett and Molly arriving. Molly looks pretty rough. Worse than she looks like she's been in some fights. Even beyond the scars and wounds of her time in the wilderness. But she is almost smiling, eating what looks like just large chunks of fried potato.
As Garrett sets them down, he's got a couple in his mouth that he's clearly chewing. He's like, "Oh, you gotta try it. You gotta try those. They're really good." That was me trying to like eat.
Oh, they're so good. She just immediately munching on one as well and saying the same thing.
I think I grab one and then I'm just like staring at Molly like, "Are you okay?"
Yes. I am. They're very good.
I swallow and say that she's been going out at night apparently and helping people. Not sure exactly what that means, but
yes, I need coin.
I gave her a little bit last night. But if she needs more, she needs more.
Is there a certain amount that you need, or
no?
Okay. I can give you 2 gold.
Yes.
Okay. I hand her 2 gold.
I am here to help if you need with Cass as well.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I it sounds like Garrett probably filled you in, but she has been taken by Elendar Vossarion. It may or may not be, I don't know, she may have agreed to go, but she was traveling on a pretty messed up leg and she didn't leave any word or anything. So it seems, and all they've sort of told us is like, don't worry, she's fine. And we saw the guy who told us that go through a magical door to return back to wherever they're keeping Cassie. So I'm just a little concerned, and we just like to check that she's okay before we sort of before we relax too much, I guess. I think personally, I think that I can make myself and one other person invisible, and we can try to go in if we'd like. I don't really know anything about how this magical door works, but hopefully we can figure it out.
That works for me. Definitely want to check the place. I don't remember. Was it just a wall, or was it like an actual door?
It was seemingly a dead-end wall that operated into an entrance.
Okay.
He didn't like walk through the wall.
No, he like held his hand up on the right-hand side, and it apparated into like an opening, like an archway.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess we know where we need to go. Does one of you specifically want to try to come in with me? Because I can make one other person invisible.
I ain't going in no magic man's lair.
Okay. Garrett or
Bullshit if
Molly?
you ask me.
Sure, I will. I'll follow.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Do you guys want to come with, or I mean, I guess if we make it in, then I don't know what
happens
you guys
after
can
that.
help with. Yeah, but I guess in case something goes down, if you guys want to come, then that might be good. Just in case, I don't know. We try to get in and immediately they start shooting at us or something.
As you guys are kind of discussing this, you notice as Molly's attention quickly shifts. And like she's kind of been watching, and after maybe 20 or 30 seconds, she just company.
I'm gonna look in the direction of she's looking.
And what is it that Rohan sees?
So Rowan sees a young man, long red hair, dressed well, especially for this establishment. Finely stitched clothing, a bit of elaborate designs, vest embellished with stars and moons, and he's sitting at a table, another person having just stepped away from it. His eyes do seem to have drifted over to the group. An open look of curiosity, a small smile on his lips, and there's an array of cards spread out in front of him. Which he does start to gather up.
Okay, interesting. Is he still sitting at the table, or do you start walking over to us?
Yes. So once he's gathered up his cards, he does start walking over to the group of you. He has a cloak hanging about his shoulders that seems. It definitely carries this air of mystique with it. And he drifts to a stop before your table and says, "Well, any interest in knowing what the fortunes have in store for you?" I'm a bit between meetings at the moment, so I thought I might.
How much is it?
Well, you know what? Order me a cup of tea, and we'll call it even.
Done.
Excellent. May I? And he'll look at whoever is sitting across from Rohan.
Just as a heads up, do we remember that tea is Reclarian?
Yeah,
Or-
so just as a quick context, outside of Alasir, it's very much seen as like a Rayclarian. Oh. But in Alasir, it's more of an eccentricity for non-Rayclarians. But it is something that is served, but yeah. Like, it is very heavily associated outside of Alasir. But because Alasir has some integration, it's a little more common.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll. I don't know. I guess somebody has to give up their seat. Well, I mean, we could just pull over a chair. I guess I'll just go and grab a chair from like the next table over or something.
It's
and then...
early. No one's down at the bar.
Okay, amazing,
It's early.
perfect. Yeah,
Thank you. So he will take a seat, and he will look you up and down a moment, Rohan, and say, perhaps the hand. Here, hold it out to me, and he'll hold out his own hand.
Sure. I think I think I'm like a tiny bit not skeptical, but just like, okay, let's see where this goes. And I hand you my hand.
So he like you can tell very easily that his hands are very soft, very like unmarked from any kind of hard work, and they're adorned with many rings as well. So he spends a moment just looking over your hand, kind of tracing the lines in them, and then his hand does tense a little bit, and he says, "Well, now I'd strongly recommend you don't look up. Just keep looking interested. I fear there might be people watching.
Okay.
I have well, you've caught the attention of some very bad people.
Yeah, that's about par for the course.
That already seems to be the impression of you that's spreading. Have you heard of the Moretti family?
Yes, we sure have.
Well, I fear you've insulted the heiress to the family.
We paid them as they requested.
Oh, do you know, or am I there with while this is, or is he
You guys
at
are all-
the?
Yeah, I think we're all around.
Okay. How do you know whether we have or haven't insulted anyone?
Because I am representing another family who is opposed to the Moretti family. They have their information. They thought it would be best to pass it along to me, so I might pass along a warning and an opportunity to you.
And who's
Okay.
that?
Well, that would be... Do I have a name for this other family? Or I can make one up.
One second.
Okay.
There we go.
That would be the Carteren family. They've feuded, they've been at each other's throats, and, well, they're quite interested in your, excuse me for saying, but your rather brazen bravery.
Bravery in what?
Standing up to her.
Huh. Okay. And what is it that they want with us? What do they want
Well,
from us?
For now it is a meeting. They hope to make a move. They hope to have some help. And they are feeling rather overwhelmed, so they're reaching out to a group from outside the city who may not have the complicated ties throughout the city. And, well, to be clear, there is a price on your head now.
From the Morettis or from the Cartron family?
From the Morettis. Cartron
As of
family,
when?
as of last night.
Last night. I look at Molly and I say, "Hey, do you have any idea? Have you, in your adventures helping people, have you heard about these Morettis or anything?"
She just kind of shakes her head and is continuing to just side-eye this person sitting here with a mixture of skepticism and disdain.
I feel like I guess I'm a little skeptical and mostly confused. So I think I'm trying to. Let me think. I think I say. Okay, so there's a price on our head. Our head or just mine specifically?
Yours.
Okay. That's interesting because the last we spoke with members of the Moretti family seemed like we left on good terms and like we had come to an agreement. Do you have any proof that things stand where you say they do?
Only, at the moment, only a word of warning. Eventually, it'll likely be a knife in your back. But you have to understand, in the city here, people... There's a face that people must put on in public. A certain dignity. These things, the ugly things, they happen in the darkness, in the shadows. She might have smiled to your face, but, well...
I mean, it was pretty shadowy and dark when we were there, but I can understand what you're saying. There's a certain... You say something, but there's some undertext.
Basically, you offended her. She is not pleased. She might have given in at the moment because you were unknowns, but, well, there is a grudge, and the longer you're here, the less unknown you'll be.
Okay. And are you a member of this Cartron family or just working for them at the moment?
I'm only working for them at the moment.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for the warning, I guess. And you say that the Cartrons would like to meet us?
They would.
Okay. Is there a time and place we should see them?
Well, they're hoping the sooner the better. Tonight, perhaps. And there is a place. Hold on. Yes, they have a place. Well, I hear you had quite a trip around the city's bars. Are you familiar with the Sunken Frisian?
Yes.
Yeah, well, right around there.
Isn't
Okay.
that where we ran into Isn't that where we ran into her? The Moretti? Outside
Yeah.
the Sunken Frisian?
I'm pretty sure that's right.
So is that not on their turf, if that's where we're looking to meet this other family?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. Are you saying this out loud, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. Seems... Do you have any proof that you're working with the Cartrons, at least?
That's a good point. How do we know that you wouldn't be setting us up a meeting with the Morettis by saying you're working with the Cartrons?
Yeah, maybe some, I don't know, small favor you've been given by the Cartrons, some item.
Well, sorry, I need to think one moment.
Mhm.
And we're
I
grilling
don't
you. Sorry about
understand.
that.
Yeah, quite an introduction, sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Well, you have to understand the secrecy of such things are a little shaky when you start carrying around physical tokens, but
But
I lost my train of thought. I was not prepared for this.
No worries. Sorry. Well, how about this? If you aren't able to show us that you are working for the Cartrons necessarily, maybe you'd be willing to accompany us and be there just so that we have some assurance that, you know, we have some leverage as well if things do go sideways, that we're not being led into an ambush of some sort.
Gives a smile at that. Of course, that was always the plan. I'm the point of the meeting, so I'll bring you to them, introduce each other, and then, well, you'll have to see if what they have to offer you is agreeable.
Sure. I guess on that note, it sounds like you're familiar with a lot of the players in the city and some of the rivalries and stuff as well. Do you happen to know of an Elendar Vossarion?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Do I know of an Elendar Vossarion?
Well, give me a int magic.
First roll, first
Whoa.
roll, first roll.
First.
Into magic.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Well, I mean, he is a magician person.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. I thought you were doing magic. I was like, whoa.
No, it's still a skill.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, good first roll.
Okay, because I have no context of what is a good roll or not at the moment.
Yeah, you're rolling.
You're rolling
2d6, so
D6s,
12 is
yeah.
basically
Yeah.
the highest. So
Okay.
So
Just got a +1 in
what
magic.
you have heard
too.
the name.
Fun.
He's never a person you've come across. A very generally secretive person who has taken apprentices. He's a newer, like, probably hasn't been here more than a couple years. Has taken a few apprentices. Never more than a couple at a time. And beyond that, they just kind of eventually disappear. He's not a criminal per se. You have only heard of him because people have mentioned the belief that he is a powerful mage. And has maybe like had people try and work with him before, but he seems to just he showed up a couple years ago, took apprentices, still does occasionally, and then eventually the apprentices just disappear. Not really heard of in Alistair anymore.
And he has a reputation of being like a sorcerer, a mage. Is that like confirmed or is that like a rumor?
It is heavily rumored. Like you would be pretty confident that he has a reputation as a powerful mage.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was the name of this guy again?
Elendar Vossarion. I think it's written somewhere. Let me type it. Yes. Okay. I will put it in.
I will spell it out as well.
Thank you.
Well, Rohan spelled it out as well. That's funny.
I copy pasted from when you spelled it out before.
That's funny.
Okay. So Frey looks up and he gives Rohan like a little pat on the hand as if he just like finished the reading. Sitting back, he says, yes, I have heard of him, though I've never met him directly. Perhaps crossed paths from time to time as events here or there, but well, yes, there's rumors he's quite a powerful mage. He's also seems to take apprentices here and there, though they always seem to vanish. No real word of what becomes of them until he comes looking for the next.
Huh. I think I look at Garrett and Strieg at this, just like, that's not good.
I mean, he could. What are the chances he's taking him to Rayclow?
I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that. I've never heard of somebody disappearing without a trace and that being a good thing, you know? So I don't know if it's Rayclaw or what, but I don't imagine it's I don't imagine they're winning the lottery or something. Whatever the in-world equivalent of that would be.
Speaking of
it
names,
could be if they don't want to be found.
True.
That's true.
Speaking of names, when you located us, were you doing so more on general descriptions, or have our names been circulating through these grudges, apparently?
At the moment, it's only description. Brazen, large man with, what was it, a large sword?
I don't think I have a sword.
No.
I have a staff, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's only the physical descriptions, and well, I found you here because someone spotted your companion staying here, so. And if I found you here, others will too.
I'm gonna I'm literally, like, without saying a word, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna walk behind the closest, like, I don't know, walk around the corner to where nobody can see me, and I'm gonna change my glamour completely so that I look like I don't know, I'm wearing completely different clothes, probably like very dressed down and dirty, probably wearing like a cloak with a hood or something. Like, not that it's up while I'm indoors or whatever, but just trying to change as much as I can about what might have been described of me, and then come back just so I'm not doing it in front of people, and then I come back in completely different clothes in like 30 seconds flat and just sit back down like, okay.
So Frey looks a little taken aback, and he says, "Good morning."
Hi.
Yeah, Garrett's also looking a little okay, just a little surprised, but
Molly and I are still eating potatoes.
I think I look at Garrett and I'm like, I figure if that would get me in trouble, I think that's less likely to get me in trouble than the description that's already been circulating about me. So I think it was worth the risk there. But I think, I look at Frey, I think, and I say, it sounds like you know about Vossarion as a powerful mage. Are you yourself a mage?
Frey seems to recover from his shock fairly quickly. Although he is studying your face as if he's trying to, see the other face still.
Mhm.
But he says, perhaps an inkling here or there, but well, my gifts lie in the arts of divination, foresight, of fortunes.
You'll like our friend Cassie. Interesting. Give me one moment, please, and I'm gonna just sidebar with. I'm gonna grab Garrett and just drag him over. I'm gonna leave Street because I don't think he will want to hear this even.
Ouch.
I drag Garrett over to the side and I'm like, we are trying to go into a mage's place and we're trying to go through some kind of arcane portal. Would it be potentially more useful for another mage to go in with me?
I mean, if you want to go through with that, that's fine. Whatever you think is going to be better to support you in there.
I guess my only concern is that maybe there is some magic needed to get in through the arcane portal, in which case if I make the both of us invisible and then you're not able to get in, then it'll be a bit of a waste.
Right. I mean, they may also be able to make additional people invisible as well. Just a thought.
That's
but
true.
We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Do we want to work on this today, or do we want to do the meeting today, or do you want to do both, or?
Based on the fact that apprentices are disappearing, I definitely don't want to leave Cassie in there without at least checking on her. We don't necessarily need to, confront Vossarion or anything today, but I think we should at least try to see if we can get in and scope the place out, so that we can plan a little bit. The meeting, I mean, that's up to you. We can do that today. It sounds like they're in a rush, and I don't know how long this messenger will stick around to join us. So,
what do we say that us going to meeting is contingent on them helping us with something, and then see if we can get in there or not?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay.
Cool. Let's do that. I will walk back to the table.
Sorry, first, while they're having this sidebar, Frey is going to turn to Strieg and just say, "Are those any good?"
The potatoes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they're great. Do you want one?
I wouldn't mind a taste. They didn't come from here, did they?
No, this great place across town. It's really, really good. You should definitely go there.
Is it just up the road?
Just up the road.
Just up the road. Oh, do you mean... Is the next plate the type of is it what kind of clientele does it serve?
Everyone. It's their gimmick is they produce one food every day. One meal, one setup, and they produce it very fast.
You're the beginning of fast food.
Yeah, it's literally fast food, I think.
Okay. Frey will he'll look at the plate and say, "Really, that's what they chose for today?" Okay, I'll try one.
It's so delicious, a hush falls over the entire crowd.
I think I come back and And I think seeing Frey eat a fry, I realize I haven't touched food yet, and I'm like, oh, I'm starving, and I just start eating, and then like through a full mouth, I'm like, so we were thinking that excuse me, sorry, we have a friend who may be associating
bind.
with Elendar Vossarion at the moment. She may be one of these apprentices that you mentioned have been disappearing, and I'm not sure if she went willingly. Our plan for today was to check this out. We were wondering, we really can't go to the meeting until we at least make sure that our friend is okay. We were wondering if maybe you would be willing to help us with that, in exchange for us meeting with the Cartrons.
And that does sound like I can understand why you would be worried. Of course, we can't keep the Cotterins waiting too long, but yeah, we have the meeting tomorrow night. I could join you tonight in helping you with this, though.
Oh no, we would be going like right now.
Oh, right,
Yeah, we
right
can
now.
go right now. Yeah, and then hopefully, I mean, unless something goes awry, we can still try to make it to the Sunken Parisian to meet with the Cartrons tonight.
Well, I certainly had no other plans for today. My schedule's quite free.
Great.
I mean, as I said, my skills lie in subtler areas, but
Okay.
yes, I could join you.
Perfect.
Great.
And just to make sure, you don't necessarily have any abilities that might help us hide or disguise ourselves or make it harder for people to see us.
Well, I do know an excellent bathhouse. I know some hairstylists. I could take you for a makeover, a new wardrobe, but if you're talking about
God,
more
I've had enough of
arcane,
that.
and he laughs a little. But yes, if you're talking about more arcane abilities, no, I'm afraid nothing of the sort.
Yeah, I think I like literally gesture to my like my face and my clothes, and I'm like, I don't think I need a makeover necessarily. I was thinking more. Well, I guess cards on the table. I can make us invisible, but I can only do 2 people. So I was hoping there might be a way that if you had some similar abilities, perhaps all of us could go in. But sounds like we might have to pick 2, because we have some information that the entrance to Vossarion's residence is guarded by an arcane portal. So I'm a little worried that people without the arcane talents here might not be able to get in. So that's, sort of why we're asking you. If you are willing to accompany me, I can make both of us invisible and we can try to get in and scope the place out. Just so that there's some backup in case anything does happen to go down.
Well, I can understand your concern, but I mean, if something goes down, as you put it, again, I don't know exactly how much help I'll be, but yes, I could certainly join you. I have other talents that might be of use.
Okay.
But if it comes to a fight, I'm afraid you'll be on your own.
Fair enough. I think I can handle that if it comes to that. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with that since we'll be invisible. But I guess you never know. I look at Garrett, I guess. What do you think? And at Strieg, what do you think? Would you prefer for one of you guys to join me, or do you think it makes sense for another mage to join in case that's required to get in?
I am fine with either. It's really comes down to what you think will be your best backup once you're in there. If you think that you can trust this person, by the way, we don't have your name. My name's For Now. Stick out my hand to.
Yes, he will shake it. Farnell, yes, of course, I was actually about to ask that. You may call me Frey. Frey Varrock.
Frey. Nice to meet you, Frey. I'm Rohan. I guess I'm just giving out my name now, but whatever.
Rohan, Rig, and Farrell. That's
For now.
This is Molly.
I'm sorry,
This
what was
is
that?
Molly.
And Molly. Yes,
Yeah.
it's a pleasure to meet you all, though I do wish the circumstances were slightly more pleasant.
And this is For Now. I think it's... Hold on. There's a spelling somewhere. Do you remember what it was? Dave?
I don't remember.
That's so funny.
Good luck trying to find the spelling of that.
So is Garrett
We'll just-
going by for now?
We'll just make it up, like, For Now or whatever.
Oh,
I think it was. Yeah, I think that was it right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that was exactly it, because it was
Okay.
ow as in
Perfect.
like ow I hurt myself, and for is in before. Yes, that was it.
Okay, perfect.
Assumed name for now.
Okay.
Yes, this is For Now. All right. Do we want to go now? I guess, are we waiting? I'm gonna I just start stuffing down fries as quickly as I can.
We don't have to go this instant. You can.
I'm just hungry.
Well, you did still owe me a cup of tea.
Yes, I
They
will
didn't
go
bring
get
that yet?
Nobody ordered
You're,
it. I'll go get it.
I thought you ordered it.
No, I
ordered
just-
it.
How much do you want to
slow today.
impress Frey? How much
I mean, I'm trying to do, the old wine thing of the second cheapest thing on the menu. That's where I'm at.
All right. So you're looking at
Second
probably
cheapest.
about 5 copper
5 copper. Okay,
for a cup of tea.
perfect. I will do that.
It's produced shortly afterwards. You get a curious glance ordering tea, but not in a negative way. More of someone who's surprised because you don't look the type.
Okay.
It's brought to the table a
Racist.
couple of minutes
Okay.
later. It seems to be a heavily mint-based tea. It's got a very strong, it's got a very strong mint smell to it that just permeates everything over the table. It has a single tea leaf floating in the top of it still.
Okay. Yes, Frey will give his thing and take a sip and wrinkle his nose a little, but he will say nothing.
That was a test. No, it wasn't. I don't say that. Truly, to me, I don't think I would even know the difference between good tea and bad tea. Rohan,
It's
I
all
think truly he's
lukewarm.
just yeah, exactly. I think
Hey,
that's
who
very
took
much
one of my
his-
French fries? No, there's probably no way to actually know that. So
I do love the idea though.
You
that
got your fries counted.
Yeah, you have literally down to the single fry.
Down to the crumbs.
Yeah.
But while we're passing the time, why don't you who was your friend who was taken? Claire, was it? Who do you believe was taken?
Cassie.
Oh, Cassie.
Yes. Cassie. Cascadia. Yeah, she is she's a character. I guess all of us are a little bit. She has her own talents with the divinatory practices, which is I think why Vossarion has taken an interest in her. I would still take that reading if you're offering.
Oh, of course.
I hand over my hand to you, and I think in front of your eyes you see like I had made it so that it was completely I don't know, it looked like
There's no palm lines or anything on it. It's just completely smooth.
no
No fingerprints.
No,
The opposite. It's just all line.
yeah, exactly. I think I'd made it so it looked like I'd been in the mines for like 35 years or whatever. It looked like I don't know, I just run it through a blender or something. It was that calloused and stuff. And in front of your eyes, you just see it like the thing fade, and it just goes back to my normal hand.
Frey quirks an eyebrow at that. Says, "You were definitely a very different man a moment ago." Well,
Yeah.
let's...
You have your divinatory talents. I have my skills.
Well, let's see what we have here. So Freya's gonna go into the standard palm reading stuff.
Yeah.
So he'll point out this line means a big decision coming up, a very sharp break, startling change, that kind of thing. So basically, the way I like to do these things between players is that I definitely like to kind of see what you want for your character from fortune telling type stuff.
Yeah, I think truly Rohan doesn't believe in this thing at all. I think truly he's just trying to see how I don't know how Frey handles this. So I think he's very much just very eagerly looking at anything that Frey says. I think realistically he probably I don't know, he's probably expecting a lot of the standard stuff, maybe because I think Rohan probably does believe in I don't know, some kind of divinatory magic, but I think especially having spent time with Cassie, I think especially having spent time with Cassie, he realizes that it's it's not a thing that those people really have control over when they get those things. It's not really a thing where you go in and pay, I don't know, a silver piece and then you get your fortune told. I think it's whenever Cassie does it, it's very much just I don't know why, but I have a feeling we should be at this party, you know? And so
Right.
so I think truly Rohan is just it doesn't really matter what you say. I think he's just amusing himself by the fact that you're having to flounder.
Yeah. Frey definitely is very, very certain in how he reads the palm, and right now he's definitely using, a grounded palm reading technique that's based on symbolism and stuff, rather than any actual magic. So he's just reading the lines as they are written.
And you can go ahead and give me a perform charisma.
Okay.
Let's see how impressive this is to Rohan.
Holy shit!
Damn!
That's crazy.
I don't think we've had a single roll that high this whole campaign so far.
Oh my god.
We've had a couple of 11s.
Yeah. Wow, Frey has a +2 to charisma?
He does.
Jesus Christ.
We're all watching this like, holy shit, this guy's good.
I don't have a +2 to anything.
Even Molly is like staring as you are saying these, like the obfuscation of like what you focus on and how you do, and making sure that like it seemed like it's not magic, but like the way Frey speaks, the way he tries to imply there's a level of oracling to your palm is like, it makes you want to believe in anything he says.
So
And I
Frey
think
is
also,
the new
like-
face of the party.
Absolute 100%. I also think like for Rohan, I am literally like a gambler and a hustler. Like my whole deal is like conning people out of their money. So I think for Rohan, literally, like, it's more impressive how good Frey is at lying about this or whatever than it would be if he actually did tell the future. I think he's just like, wow, game recognized game. This is like a real expert of his craft. Damn.
As
I
you
gotta
are
take
done,
notes.
Molly is already holding her hands out across the table to you. The skepticism and like the stink eye she was giving you has given way to complete belief that you are seemingly a god able to see the future.
Okay. Yeah, so Frey definitely he also represents his reading, like he does it as like a story, and it's also it's very conversational in nature. But he will gladly turn to Molly next. Say,
And unlike the relatively unscarred hands of Rohan, Molly has, though she's young, no more than maybe 20, she has quite a few scars. She has what looks like either a broken or severely damaged nose right now. She's got a bruise under her left eye. She has healing scratches and cuts that are still kind of scabbed over all over the right side of her face, mostly on her cheek. Her hands are very calloused from a life of work and things like that. Frey, you would immediately recognize, without even needing to do anything, just from basics of how many times you've done this sort of thing, that there is, like, it is very obvious that she has spent considerable time at sea, just from the way, like, her hands are calloused and things like that. But beyond that, like, there's evidence of just hard work with your hands, being put to the task all day, every day, even at such a young age.
I see. He definitely takes longer with her hands than he did with Rohan, and while he's doing so, kind of, tracing lines, he keeps a very lighthearted expression on his face, and he does ask her, tell me, what's the most exciting thing you've seen at sea? I've never really been out myself.
It's freedom. No one to tell you where to go, how to live. And you see just this pang of rage go across her face for just the smallest of moments. See his freedom.
He smiles softly, looking up from her hand for a moment, and he says, "You'll find your way back."
He kind of stares, and you see her eyes just quiver, and she blinks away a tear. I don't want to go back. And she kind of turns to Rohan and gives a very short half smile at that.
I think I like give kind of like a sad smile back, and I put like a hand on her back, just like, yeah.
Looking at the interaction between these two, does Frey get a sense of like the relationship between them?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, like, oh boy. Give me a int notice to see what kind of vibe you get from Molly.
Okay, so I click on notice. Okay, oh, and I change the attribute. Okay.
Roll for vibe check, please.
Well,
Jesus.
I hope you guys are excited because Frey's taking all the rolls this session. All the good rolls are going up there.
Honestly, I support it.
Yeah.
It's really nice to like if you're gonna introduce a new character to the group, it is really nice to have them be like ultra competent immediately. Because it's like, oh, it's very easy for us to justify wanting to have you around now. You're very good at everything, apparently.
Yep.
Frey, the way, like, with how reserved she is and things, you probably some umbral shit happened. Like, she probably had a rough time on the road at some point because, like, pale and just scarred up and very, not meek, but almost like she doesn't trust anything. There's probably something really rough. Probably not the first person you've seen like that, but it's rare to have someone that's in this kind of shape survive long enough to make it back to civilization.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think like on that note, like as far as our relationship, you can probably tell that like not just me, probably like the whole group, we're definitely in like not nearly as bad shape as she is. So I think we clearly are like taking care of her in some sense, and I think there's some sense like I clearly care about her, but also there's clearly a lot of stuff that she's gone through that we just cannot like relate to.
But it's like a My Three Dads situation.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
I don't either. I just made it up.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's about right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like I think you can tell probably that Molly and I like each other, like as people.
Okay.
I think it is weird. Like I think that's truly probably the best way I could describe it is just like it's weird because she's like a girl we found in a forest and she's been through trauma, you know? Like also like probably you can tell like she showed up with like a nearly broken nose and like a black eye and stuff. So clearly she's like she still has stuff going on.
She still has a torn cloth up her nose to keep it from bleeding.
Oh, right. Okay. So these are like super recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
She
Yeah,
literally
like
has not
last
slept.
night
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
Frey will push his tea towards her and ask, "Would you like to try some?"
He kind of like looks at you slightly skeptically, but with the hand that you are not reading, she like smells it and very carefully takes a very subtle, like barely a sip, and just gives this recoiled look and Clarion. Yes.
Well, I've had much better.
I think at Ray Clorian, you see Rohan just get like 1,000-yard stare on his face.
But I'm not myself, if that's what you're asking.
is Reglarian tea. I liked it.
Well, I suppose it's an acquired taste.
Reminds me of... She kind of like thinks and just trails off.
He watches her a moment. I am sorry if I've brought up something painful.
Just kind of casually shakes her head and... You are very nice, Mr. Frey.
He gives a small smile at that and pats her hand. You have a very good group of people around you.
I think at that, I look at Molly. I'm trying to read her reaction.
She... just kind of staring forward, still roughly at her own palm, and after just another momentary pause, seemingly gathering her thoughts, she just... Yes. But they do not... They are not... She just kind of looks up. They do not wish to deal with the bad things here.
I don't think that's true. I just don't think maybe we want to deal with it the same way that you do. But if that's what you're working on, we'd love to help.
He just gives this half smile and lets out something that's almost a chuckle.
Molly, what have you been up to these nights?
Helping people.
Helping people how? Like I told you? That's thank you, I think. I guess that's flattering. But I mean, I think it's really noble of you to help people. That's great. I don't think I had anything to do with that really, but I'm glad to hear that that's what you've been doing. But how have you been helping people?
Find them. The ones who can't live. Sleeping in alleys. Behind houses.
Truly, in real life, my blood just ran cold. Okay. How do I ask this delicately?
And how are you helping them?
Tell them. I ask them to leave. City.
Okay. Do you
Feel like that's not helping.
Well, I guess let me ask, where have the injuries been coming from? That sounds like...
They get mad when I put a knife to their throat.
Yep, there it is.
That would tend to make people mad.
I give them money, she says with absolute sincerity, as if it makes it okay. I throw coin to them and tell them to leave.
I'm assuming you do this before you put the knife to their throat?
No?
I
What
would.
if they stayed? What if they wasted the coin here?
That's actually not a bad point.
Isn't
Not to
it?
laugh about that, but like that's not. That's I get in a non gaming perspective. I get where she's coming from with that. If you're going to people who are in those kind of situations, while there are plenty of individuals who I'm sure would use whatever money was given to them, especially if it was a decent amount, to help themselves get out of that situation, there are another large group of individuals who would see themselves stuck there no matter what they do, and would then spend that money at the bar or gambling or whatever. If they have an addiction that they can't break on their own and they don't have the support to help break that addiction, the money may just go into feeding it rather than getting the help they need for some people.
That's
So
fine, but I think I turn to Molly at this point and I say I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know that these people have somewhere else to go. I mean,
That's what the coin is for.
I understand, but I mean, it was
Turns to Garen. He gave me a lot.
gave her some money to help, that is true.
right. And I mean, I think it's great that you are trying to give them the money to help, that you're not just forcing them to leave without also helping them to do that. But, it's, I don't know. It's giving people money one time, and even if it's a fairly generous amount, that's not, let's say they go to another place and they, I don't know, they're still not going to have more money coming in than they did here. Once they spend the money that they got, they're still going to be stuck, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like you are
Making it
you
worse, because that's
yeah,
that's not what you're doing.
yeah, and I also don't want to make it sound like you're, I don't know, that it's a hopeless situation or that you're not helping or anything, but I think maybe it's a little bit more complicated than just them leaving the bounds of this city. But I mean, it's really nice to know that you want to help them and that you are spending so much, I don't know, time and effort and money on doing that. Maybe we can put our heads together and think of a way to do that a little more, I don't know, consistently, or to do that in a way that really helps these people get back on their feet instead of just sort of forcing them out of the home that they have. Would you be willing for us to brainstorm together?
She doesn't seem to have an answer to that. And just a mixture of concern and processing what you said just kind of keeps her face blank for a moment. Kind of just furrows her brow and looks down at her hand and then up at Frey and then to the rest of you. And
I'm gonna grab her hand and just squeeze, just to show that I don't know, I'm not mad, or just to send some warmth her way, I guess, just to show that I'm not trying to, I don't know, it's clearly she was trying to not share this with us and she felt like we wouldn't understand, and I don't want it to feel like like, oh well, like she was finally vulnerable, and immediately we were like, what the fuck are you talking? You know, like I just wanted to be like, okay,
Yeah.
she's doing her best, and she
Right.
clearly comes from a place where this is what helping looks like. So I don't want to like. I just want to try to communicate to her with my like expression and just like holding her hand that I'm still here.
And,
You know, like I'm on her team.
Her first words are instead going to pray.
Mhm.
See my destiny, Mr. Frey. Am I supposed to? I'm helping them.
Frey. Frey looks down at her palm and says, I won't lie to you. Your lines here are very splintered, very fractured. Many different directions to go, but I see love is strong and deep despite everything. Always reconnects after a break. I think you'll find a way to help. You're still learning how. You're still learning how these things work. But don't stop trying. Just maybe find new ways. But it's not an easy thing to do. I've been trying all my life.
The even subtle reassurances, reserved reassurances that you give her seem to be enough, and she just kind of doubles herself down and gives a nod, and yes, we can make this work then.
Good.
Just because it doesn't work the way you think or the way you want the first time doesn't mean you should give up. It
Gives
just means
another
you have to
subtle
take a
nod.
different, to use a sailing euphemism, you might need to change your tack. Sail with the wind instead of against it.
Times we'll get angry. Just shakes her head.
You know, I think this is better than killing the guards.
Yes. Yes. I think definitely we want to help you help these people, and I think we can come up with better ways of doing it that doesn't result in you getting hurt and doesn't result in them wasting the chances that you're giving them.
Anything is better than here. Horrible place. These horrible people. Lording over them.
Yeah, maybe it's not great. Speaking of not great, maybe we should go rescue our friend Cassie from her kidnapper.
Yes. Yes. I'm assuming you finished your French fries.
Yeah.
Two funny anachronisms already. We got French fries and par for the course.
Man. Can I get a read on Frey? Just like, what is his
Reaction.
What is his what is his vibe after experiencing this?
So Frey definitely he sits back, letting go of Molly's hand. He definitely is, and he's kind of like sipping at his tea while he looks around at the group of them, just kind of absorbing it all. He's trying to understand them, trying to make sense of them.
You and me both, buddy. No, okay.
But he's very good. Usually at adopting a very casual and curious air. So
Nice. Love that.
yes.
Cool.
So, with that, you guys finish up your breakfast, wake up, proper, get your things, and with hopefully some divining help to see a road, a path to victory, and rescuing the allegedly kidnapped Cassie, you all make your way out of the Anchor and Helm, and we are going to take a quick break. Alrighty, so with that, with some hopeful help, did you guys want to bring Molly with you? She is
Yeah, let's
willing,
do it.
but she is also looks like she hasn't really slept and is ready to pass out. It is up to you guys.
We got any-
could bring her. I feel like in all likelihood, what's gonna happen is that like two of us are gonna go through the door, and then the other people are all just gonna disband. So I feel like we should bring her just because emotionally, I feel like it feels bad to like pour your heart out and share your deepest secrets, and then for everyone to go, all right, peace, we're gonna go on this heroic adventure. Go sleep.
Yeah. Is there anywhere we could get like coffee on the way to said location?
Coffee takes a little while. Like, I mean, you could. Like, there are probably gonna be street vendors out in the Mercantile Square, which is on the way.
Why don't we
Coffee
see
is
about
definitely
maybe?
higher end. Like, let me double check my prices here.
Okay. Well, because we're in the nicest district right now, that's walled off from everybody.
Coffee per serving is not often much less than a silver per. So
I see.
coffee is that's the rich people drink.
I mean, she can just kind of chill in the alley, take a nap.
Does like
Yeah.
Do we have access? Would we find like, I don't know, street meth? Get her wired? I'm not actually suggesting that.
Do you guys want to go find like some Zaluja?
Do we really want to get her wired to possibly just stare at a wall for a few hours?
That's a good point.
It
That
would
is
be
a good
really
point.
interesting. Then you get her to put the earring on and figure out what she's thinking about that wall.
I think we just say to her like, hey, so we're gonna go now. Clearly you're tired. If you'd like to go sleep, you can do that, but we'd love to have you.
Yeah.
Might not need your help necessarily, but you know, just in case, it'd be good to have you around.
Okay. Oh boy. I'm just gonna flip a coin. I think she's okay either way. One, she goes. Two, she stays.
Yay.
I was gonna say a luck save, but that doesn't there's no good or bad outcome. I don't think. I think it's
Yeah.
yeah. You guys are okay with whatever. She's okay with whatever. She'll stay.
Cool.
You want to stay here in Strieger Cass's room, or do you want to go back to the Rusty Iron Tankard?
No, she's coming with us, right?
No, she's staying.
Yes, staying was two. One was go. Two
Oh,
was stay.
staying as in here. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought stay as in stay with the group, but okay, that makes sense.
That would be really clever if I wanted to manipulate you guys to convince you that it was completely random, but either way, she was going to be going with you.
Yeah.
But I'm not that clever.
Okay, cool.
She is going to be heading back to the Rusty Iron Tankard. She seems to enjoy it there.
Okay.
Wait, I feel like now we probably do want the earring with somebody, because with somebody who will be with us.
Who?
I guess Strieg, you have your ears pierced, if I remember correctly.
Nope.
Didn't Cassie give you those sapphire earrings that you wore?
I did not wear them.
No.
Does
You are
Frey
not
have his
coming
ears
anywhere near
pierced?
me with a needle.
Yes, Frey has pierced ears and he's wearing earrings.
If
Okay.
Bray goes in, that doesn't help us.
Oh yeah, that's right. God damn it! Why is Frey the only useful person on our team?
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, Streak's
Hey,
very
you had
useful.
the opportunity to be useful. You decided
Streak is-
you wouldn't wear an earring.
You had the opportunity
You're
to
dead to me
die.
now.
You decided. Streak decided not today.
See who's gonna be watching your back.
Oh.
Fine.
Yeah, Streak's very useful.
Garrett, we need to pierce your ears.
You're assuming Garrett doesn't already have his ears pierced.
Does he have his ears pierced?
No.
Did you just flip a coin?
No, I thought about it for a second, but I didn't
Oh.
flip a coin. Alright, fine.
Pull out one of your arrowheads. It's time.
Nah, he pulls out a needle. You think he doesn't carry a needle with him when he's hiking everywhere and everything? He's got a needle. You gotta be able to dart up your patches and stuff.
Amazing. Alright, I guess in the middle of this hotel lobby, we just pierce your ear.
No. We're going up to the room so we can heat this shit up and
Okay, sure, fine.
do this right. We're gonna pierce/cauterize it, because otherwise it's gonna freaking leak everywhere.
You don't want the Garrett gets an infection and loses an ear arc?
Yeah, no. My wife would kill me if I lost my ear.
So, over the course of the next little while, you guys...
What else is she gonna grab me by when she drags me around town?
You still have one. And it's not like the infection can spread to the brain.
You think?
It can't spread to something that's not there.
Ouch.
Is Frey coming with?
Sure.
It's requirement. Frey's
yeah.
coming with. You're staying with us now.
It's
Okay. Yeah.
Frey's
so-
gonna
it's
Frey's
the
gonna wield the
initiation.
pin.
Frey has to do it. That's the initiation.
Oh my god.
One of us. One of us.
So, you guys head up to the room. Frey, from everything you've seen of these people, the fact that they are staying here is the most insane thing maybe yet, just because this place is pretty, not like insanely expensive, but like, it's in the middle of central Alasir. It's fairly high-end. It's very touristy, for lack of a better term.
So as we're going up to the room, I would like to point out that this is our missing friends room that we're going to, so I'd appreciate it if we don't make a mess. Otherwise, the deposit's gonna be, there's no deposit that you get back.
Sure. We're pretty
Do
good
they
at
do
cleaning
deposit?
blood off of
No,
hotel
they probably
floors.
just arrest you.
Yeah.
We have our share of practice cleaning blood off of hotel floors.
Yeah,
That is
really.
true. We have done that before.
Ray is just
Kind of
standing there
rather
like-
concerning.
Yeah.
You'll just roll with it. You'll figure it out. We got this.
So,
It's okay. It wasn't us. It was Molly.
So who is if I may ask, you're very dead set on piercing your ear now, so what is so special about these earrings?
Right.
Apparently you can talk to each other from a distance. And I don't mean yelling. It's like you talk through the earrings. I don't know how they work, but apparently you can talk to each other through them. That's what we've been told, and apparently how it works.
Yeah, to be clear, it's not really a like you choose to talk. It's more of a unfiltered sharing of all of your thoughts with the other person. So, just FYI.
Oh. Okay.
Garrett, I don't know if you're aware of that yet, but yeah. So, if you have
Julian,
any secrets,
is it just like surface thoughts, or is it like...
yeah,
It's surface thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I have to worry about anything on my end, anyways.
Yeah, me neither.
This is so fucking insane. I just can't stop thinking about this from Frey's perspective. Go in, warn these people about Bob. They pissed off. They're like, all right, but you have to help us save our friend. Like, I just helped you, and now we have to help you in order for me to help you? What? And then it's like, but wait, first, we have to pierce my buddy's ear. It's really important.
So Frey's, so Frey follows them up and he's like, are you sure have any of you pierced an ear before?
I mean, I have a pierced ear.
I mean, so do I, but I didn't pierce my own ears.
I mean,
I was present.
I've done piercing, but usually with arrows, so it can't be that hard. You just
I'm
stab
sure it'll be
it in the
fine.
lobe, right?
How hard could it be?
I think I just like lean over to Frey as we're walking up to the room and I just go, "This is not the weirdest shit we've done."
I don't know how to feel about that, but
Can I get a sense of like, do people in this world know about bacteria?
Not the phrase bacteria, but like generally, like, you know, if wounds are clean, they heal better.
Okay.
Like,
Yep.
that sort of
Which
thing.
I especially know from having fought
Yeah.
Right.
from the tour.
Okay, cool. Yeah, do we have to like make any checks or anything to pierce his ear, or like?
I'm not gonna make any checks with a negative effect, but I am going to make someone make a check to see how good or bad it is.
How good the connection is, or how good the piercing looks?
How good the piercing looks.
Okay.
I guess that'll be me.
All right.
What check am I making?
I'm going to say, give me a...
Dex stab.
Int craft.
Oh god, what the hell would this even be?
Strength punch.
We're gonna go with, Dex work.
Okay. Not my best skills.
That's a
Oof.
fail. That's a fail.
It, Garrett, Rohan, you've, people have pierced your ears before. They can't be that hard. And, you know, you pull the needle out, right off, oh, Garrett, that fucking hurts. And he just kind of like
Yes.
botches it the first time. And
What do you mean the first time? He's gonna go for a second piercing?
gotta try it again. And thankfully,
no.
the second time it takes, and like maybe it was the nerves, maybe you were a little sweaty, but takes a second, and finally, second time through, you get it right and proper, right there in the middle of the earlobe.
Just for the sake of knowing, I want to see what it would have been if I had to roll for a second one.
Okay. Yeah, second one not as bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
So, there it is.
Garrett just kind of grunts from the stab.
Sorry. I hand
It's okay.
you the other earring.
I'm assuming we did it with a hot thing, so it cauterized it, or am I leaking out of my ear now?
No, I was assuming, you know, you made it hot, like held it over a candle or something.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I painfully insert it into my ear because I'm sure that still hurts.
Oh boy.
Oh.
And what am I met with?
Check 1, 2, 3. I think you're just. I think truly, I'm just thinking like, oops. I feel like. I think truly, Rohan is thinking like, man, that piercing does not look great. Definitely messed that up. Yikes! Sorry.
I'm like, wait. I'm just like, oh my god. And what you're hearing coming from my end, my wife's gonna kill me. My wife's gonna kill me. My wife's gonna kill me.
I think the second one probably looks fine, but I think there is like a hole in your ear where it's just like it definitely shouldn't be.
I'm looking in the mirror, and you're just. I'm not even like trying to think to you. You're just hearing. I hope that clears up. I mean, she did say she wanted to put earrings on me, but like.
Okay.
That's not where she wanted them. And,
What?
Well, not in the lobe.
Okay.
You're getting an image of like rings through the cartilage at the top of the ear.
Okay. In my head, you're definitely getting an image of a ring through a penis, like. And
Oh God! What? Rohan, what was that?
It was involuntary. You said that's not where she wanted it.
So, with all of that,
Is that what you think I look like?
It
with
was just
all
a
of
generic
that chaos, and a strange. Frey, you and Streak are just watching them like exchanging looks while not talking.
Yep.
Frey is definitely wincing at the entire display. Just like a hand over his mouth. Then he says, you'll have to keep that in, or else the hole will close up.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
That's
We'll just
what I've
pierce it
heard.
again.
That's what I've heard.
All right, let's get going.
Good
now we
night.
have a way to communicate. Hey.
All right. So
Cool.
let's
Vossarion's
go. Let us
keep.
go. Vossarion's keep.
You'll make your way back
Vossarion's
to
keep.
Vossarion's domain.
Yay.
As you arrive to the alleyway, which, as stated before, just in case you need it, imagine main road, alleyway.
So trying to figure out how
alleyway in
exactly
between.
the surface thoughts are. Garrett starts thinking different things, trying to see, like if I can think to myself versus like thinking to Rohan. Things ranging from Midariya's equivalent of Baby Shark to other just random stuff. Is he getting all of, or are you getting all of that, or are you trying to filter it out?
I think I get everything as long as it's like surface thoughts, right?
Yeah.
Like as long as it's the thing that you're focusing on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think truly, like the whole time you can just hear me thinking like, I can hear that. Stop that.
You're getting just random shop names read out.
And then at a certain point, I just start singing the Baby Shark thing. It's like, God damn it, now it's stuck in my head.
I will admit, I do actually do that as I'm driving through town or whatever, or walking through town. I do read signs out loud to myself for no reason. Even if I'm alone in the car, I'm just like, oh, yeah, that's,
Nice.
So, the thing that would happen.
Alrighty, I'm gonna
Let's go
cast
invisible.
invisibility. I think it's me and Frey, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Cool. I make us both invisible. And then
So we are here, technically.
yeah,
which is here. That's Vossarion's domain. I was just giving like a zoom in of like, yeah, the two main roads that cut, and then cutting through it in between the buildings is a little super.
Okay,
That's the
I
most
see.
important thing an AI generator has ever done. Created a nice sea shanty version of Baby Shark for you.
I'm digging it.
hate it.
I think we need to. Does Molly know this?
So, with that, Frey, in something, if you weren't for the fact that you already kind of knew these people at least a little bit, it would really seem like they're trying to bring you into an alleyway and murder you. As you go from an alley into an alley that isn't even like, you have to like scoot past piles of trash to get further down. Because it's literally just buildings that are 3.5, 4 feet across from each other. Calling it an alleyway would be very generous.
Yeah, Frey is following along. How exactly did you find this place?
We followed the person who came and told us about. Basically, after Cassie was taken, we got into some investigation, to put it lightly, and eventually
Retrace her steps.
Yeah, and eventually one of Vossarion's like apprentices or whatever came and told us that Cassie was with them, that we didn't need to worry.
That she
and
was okay, and Garrett's saying that with air quotes.
Yeah. So we, and he specifically said that we wouldn't be able to contact her, and that he wouldn't be able to bring back a message from her or anything. So we decided to follow him after he left Cassie's room to see where he was going, and if maybe we could get in and see what's going on with Cassie.
Right. So the goal at the moment is purely information gathering.
Yes. Yeah. I think unless there's some reason that we have to act immediately, just recon. All right. And basically what we saw him do was walk up to the wall here and hold up his hand at a specific point of the wall, I believe, and then he apparated through some kind of arcane portal. So I guess we're up. I guess we have to try that now. Cool. And by the way, I did make you invisible. If you run or attack or cast a spell, you will become visible. So, don't do that unless you have to. Just slow, casual movements, and we're good until, we should be good.
How is Strieg handling the fact that two people who were just walking along with him have suddenly disappeared?
Oh, I'm not watching. I'm climbing onto a roof.
Okay.
Give me a strength exert, please, Street.
I feel like Strieg is just perpetually in his own like Charlie Chaplin movie with regards to like magic happening around him.
That is correct, yes.
With
It's
like
taking a
the
while.
The gif where the house is falling on him.
Yeah.
right, the house falls and he lands right in the middle and it just goes right around him.
Yeah. Buster Keaton in his way through life.
Yeah, so
Garrett's
as
Garrett's looking around real quick just to be like, where'd they go? But then he hears.
Right,
Rohan's
as you're
thoughts.
being debriefed on the plan with Rohan, you both go invisible. You look around and you can see Strieg currently making his way, climbing up a decrepit crate and grabbing onto the roof nearby and beginning to pull himself up onto it.
Cool.
All right.
I guess I like, as I'm making us invisible, I like grab like Frey's wrist, because we don't actually have any way of finding each other otherwise.
Important
So I
question.
think I grab Frey's wrist and just like lead him.
Did anyone bring weapons?
Sorry?
Yeah, I have my bow with me, yeah.
Yeah, I have my bow as well.
I've got both of mine.
Oh, that's
Frey
right, you
does
have a
not
crossbow
have
now.
weapons.
I do. Isn't that amazing? I think I'm just gonna lead you by the hand until we get inside, and then like obviously we can,
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question. So
Mhm.
Rohan's invisibility, like, what does it look like when he's casting magic?
Good question. I think invisibility specifically like is pretty low key. I do think it is like, when you have in like the early 2000s when you had really slow internet and like images would like load from the top to the bottom.
Hmm.
I do think it's like that. Like there's not like really an effect or anything for invisibility, but I do think like just like pretty quickly it like you disappear from the head to the toe. Like
Okay.
It's a
Like, you can see
PowerPoint,
the
like,
effect happening.
swipe effect.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I have other more flashy magic, but I think when I'm using invisibility, I don't want it to be seen, so it's pretty subtle.
Okay. Yeah. Frey definitely like jumps a little when he suddenly, feels your hand on his wrist. And he's just, oh, that's still you, right?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So Garrett starts thinking really loud because he can't see Rohan. I don't know if like it sounds like you're yelling in your own head. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
where are you guys? I can't see you. Are you
I'm-
making your way to the wall? Just like really
Yes.
like yelling.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're making our way to the wall. We're fine. Yeah, you can stay tuned into my thoughts, and hopefully you'll know what's going on. Yeah, I like drag Frey over to the wall, and I guess we're gonna see if this works. We don't even know if we can get in. I'm going to stand where I saw the guy stand yesterday, and I'm gonna hold up my hand and see if maybe it happens on its own.
You're just holding like your hand up.
Yeah, basically I'm doing exactly what I saw the guy do yesterday, but I'm not casting any magic or anything
Okay.
necessarily.
You hold your hand up. You're touching the wall.
Was he touching the wall?
He seemed to be.
Okay, then yeah.
Hold your hand up. You kind of like press it to the wall, and you feel this like slight tingling sensation, like you're getting pins and needles in your hand.
Can I try to push through? Like, does it feel like a wall, or
It feels like a wall.
Huh.
And the pins and needles are slowly like moving their way like up your wrist.
Okay. I guess I'll hold my hand there until maybe they cover my whole body. But yeah, sorry, Frey.
I think Frey would also he obviously does not know what Rohan is doing right now, but he will also hold his hand to the wall, just kind of like he doesn't really know what he's looking for, just if he can find any kind of trace magic, but out of character, I want to try using his emotional resonance ability.
Fancy.
All right. There is this frustration around here. There's just this sense that everything is unhappy. Someone angry about a superior or something. Bitterly angry.
Okay. Frey. Frey pulls back from the wall when he gets this, and there's definitely a sudden tension running through him, and he says, "There's some kind of conflict, I think, between whoever has passed through here. Hard to make out, but I don't know. I get
There's some kind of what?
some kind of conflict. I get a sense of anger
Well,
towards someone."
seems like all the more reason to, I guess, get in there. I am gonna, while I'm doing this, I guess, I'm gonna, like, pretty lights. I'm trying to, like, think of something I could create that would be visible, but not look like me, obviously. Like, I think I'm just gonna, like, maybe just, like, a small fly is just, like, flying where my body is. And, like, I'm still invisible, but you can see, like, a small fly, and I just, like, whisper to you, like, follow the fly.
Oh. Frey instinctively tries to swat at it, but he catches his hand when he hears you say that.
Oh.
Perfect. Yeah, is the tingling feeling still there? Is it like
is
growing or?
Yeah, it's growing. It's up to like your elbow now, and you've like lost almost all feeling in your hand.
What is this? Your arms tingling? What's going on?
I'm touching the wall that the guy was touching yesterday, and like I can't get through, it seems like, but there's some kind of tingling sensation that is going up my limbs.
Have you tried moving your arm? Like, are you touching it exactly where he touched it, or are you like?
Yes. And I can't push my hand through, apparently.
I was gonna say, like, depending on how you move your arm, does the tingling sensation get stronger or weaker?
Does it?
You're moving your hand?
Yes.
It doesn't move. You can't. It's stuck.
Oh no.
Fun. Okay. I can still move the rest of my body?
Yeah.
All right. I definitely relay this to Garrett, like, so I can't move my hand anymore. I am stuck to the wall. Alrighty. Let's see. Is there like, would I have any idea what kind of magical effect is being used here? Like,
give me a int magic.
okay. There is truly nothing I should be better at than this. So if I beef it, then this is going to be embarrassing. Ugh.
That's okay.
It's a +2, so it should have been better than that. but it's fine.
Probably some sort of enchantment to essentially like stop people who might want to sneak in and catch them, like a fly trap almost.
Okay.
So what do we got to do to get your hand off of there?
Well, I care more about getting through than getting my hand off, honestly. But
Grab the handsaw.
Well, I mean, I got a hand axe.
let's call that a plan B.
I'm assuming that I heard you think to yourself, like, this kind of reminds me of a fly trap type magic. In your
Yeah. Yes.
thoughts.
Yeah, I think literally everything I am, like, any information I have about this, I am like, you're not just like ambiently getting it, I am like relaying it to you. Like I am telling you. I think, is there anything I can do? I mean, can't cast any more spells, but any ideas?
Magic is not my thing. I shoot stuff with a bow.
Same.
And Frey did touch the wall, right?
He did, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and he didn't get stuck.
It seems like it's only
Okay.
that area where you touched it, where you saw the apprentice
Oh.
touch it yesterday.
Interesting. Okay.
Hey, how far up your arm has the tingles gone now?
They're up to about your shoulder. And now you can't feel anything beyond like your elbow.
Can I like
do we need
move my elbow still, or like?
do we
is
need
it
to
just,
worry
like,
about
careless?
you not being able to move, or
It's it's locked in there now.
Okay, so I can't move my elbow even now.
Yeah, like you can no longer, your arm's kind of stuck in that position.
Are you communicating this out loud or just like?
I think to you, I am whispering it. Yeah, especially because I can't see where you are, so I think I am just like trying to keep you in the loop so that, yeah.
do we? Oh God, I don't know what I don't. Magic is not my thing, so I have no idea what I could even attempt to do short of like cutting your hand off so you can get off the wall. I don't even know if that would help, and we don't really.
Well, Frey is going to start by he's going to reach blindly until he can feel your arm, and he's going to try and give it a yank. See if he can pull it off the wall.
Okay. Need a strength exert.
I for sure thought you were going to tell me to make a physical save, and just like, all right, your hand comes off.
Comes off the wall? Great.
And like Rohan, you can feel like Frey is not the most well-built person you've ever met. But like he's doing everything he can, and it's just making like your shoulder hurt, like it's getting hit, like you're just checking. It feels like you're just checking your shoulder into a wall, little by little.
Do we want some help trying to pull his arm off the wall and not off his?
I think it's probably because I'm invisible.
Can I take a shot at the wall next to Garrett's head?
Yes.
Not shooting at Garrett, just next to his head.
Like above his head?
Yes.
In order to...
I'm getting your attention.
Garrett, yes, you hear the unmistakable sound of a bolt being loosed from a crossbow, and less than just immediate, it just like hits maybe 3 inches above your head, goes right over it, and hits the wall next to you.
I duck down, spin around, and try to see, try to look where where the arrow came from, where the bolt came from.
I think you see above me just me leaning over the top of the roof, and I'm like not saying anything but gesturing wildly down the alleyway and just mouthing like coming.
God damn it.
I can't really see what you're mouthing, but I do look roughly towards the back of the alleyway. Do I see anything?
Not right now. You're just gonna stand there and wait?
How much is the alley looking like? Like, is there anything I could hide behind?
There's a pile of trash you could probably like lay down and duck behind, but you would then be essentially laying in dumped sewage and the like.
Would I be able to make it up onto the roof before someone comes around the...
Maybe. You would have to be faster than Strieg was. Strieg was slow, well, not slow, but very much practiced but careful. You would have to rush it. You can try.
My strength is crap. I would either have to lay prone, or I would have to...
Prone in the trash, or up into the raft.
Can I take shots with my bow from prone? Because it's a longbow.
Definitely not in here now, I would say.
Okay. Fuckity fuck.
Like, if you had, like, a lot of room, you could probably do something with, like, laying it out sideways to shoot. But, yeah.
Fuck it. I'm gonna lay prone because I don't think I can make it up there quickly because I have not a lot of strength.
Alright, you duck down, getting down onto the ground. Rohan, what are you and Frey doing at this point? You're getting panic and apparently some sort of danger? Possibly? I don't know. Garrett, you tell him, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, oh shit, streets showing that there's someone kind of coming this way.
Okay. I think I
try and hide. Oh wait, no, they're invisible.
I think I whispered to Frey like, step back, like, give me some room. And I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the person to show up.
Yeah, Frey will whisper back just an all right, and he'll back up to so his back is against a perpendicular wall.
Yeah, I assume, like, I can't move much given my arm being paralyzed or whatever, but I am just gonna try to move, like, as far to the side as I can, like, so that if somebody was standing where the guy was standing yesterday, like, they'd have as much room as possible. like just try to like not hit them with my body, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this person to show up.
You wait. Garrett, you are laying down in the refuse.
Yeah,
Trig,
I've
you are-
unsheathed my dagger and I'm kind of holding it, but not like.
Yeah, like if you need to fight, it's ready to go.
Yeah.
Can I think to Garrett? Can Strieg see you from where Strieg is right now?
I'm assuming Streak can see me because he
Uh,
was leaning over the.
Yeah, he can
roof.
see the
He's on the
entire
roof.
alleyway as long as he's moving on the roof. Trig, what are you
Okay.
doing at this point?
I'm back in stealth mode on the roof, and I'm just watching that figure. What are they doing? What do they look like?
Give me a dex sneak.
No, come back, menu.
Menu has no obligation to you.
Rude.
What?
Oh, fuck.
Damn.
Streak, you begin
Natural
moving.
ones.
I can't believe that. Natural 2.
Strieg falls off the roof.
No. You move over
Didn't
and
crit
like
fail.
what?
You
You
didn't
did
crit
fail.
fail.
Yeah. Well, I could knock you
fuck.
off, but you head over and like you're trying to like you kind of like have to move back to the T junction of the alleyways essentially. And when you do, like you kind of like start like leaning down and immediately just like your foot slides and hits what seems like a brick that's kind of leaned up and was busted, and you kick it and it slides and you oh shit and you catch yourself, but the brick hits the wall across from it on the alley and falls, and you hear someone go, "What? Someone? Huh?"
I don't say anything, I just freeze.
Fucking hell. And, freezing and no longer being able to keep an eye out, just hiding up on the roof, hoping you're not noticed. Frey, you and, Rohan, being that you are not currently hiding outside being invisible, see as this guy stands at the edge of the alleyway, goes over near a large pile of trash, and just begins peeing. And then about 10 seconds later leaves.
You only peed for 10 seconds? Wow, that was quick.
He left in a hurry after he noticed the man he was peeing on.
Was it the pile of trash?
Of
that
course
I
it
was-
was.
You were probably 15 feet further down.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this
I
was
definitely
right
thought
near
you
the
were
key.
saying a peed on Karen.
No, he just... And then he heads off, leaving you guys unaffected.
Okay. How much of my body can I not move now?
Pretty much up to your shoulder is stuck now, and the tingling is getting worse. Like, it's going to, like, your chest, and you can start to feel it in your neck.
Okay. If I... Damn it. Okay. I was trying to see if I could end invisibility just for me, but I can't. Once broken for one subject, it breaks for all. Damn. I'm gonna think to Garrett, like, Garrett, come here.
Garrett's gonna get up, and as he's making his way over towards the fly, he's thinking to himself, "Man, did that guy like power pee, or did he just not have to pee at all, or what? What happened there?" I'm now in front of roughly where the fly is.
Perfect. I'm just gonna see, can Garrett put his hand where my hand is? I guess, like, I don't know. I'll, like, try to direct you using, like, you know, to the left a little, down a little.
I mean, I could also just literally grab your arm and run my hand up your arm so it's over. Like, do you want it over the
Sure,
top
yeah.
of your hand or next to your hand?
I don't know. I mean, my thing is, like...
Like, am I doing the thing where like I'm behind you, like I'm trying to show you how to do a golf stroke?
I guess so. Well, okay, hold on. I guess one question. When Frey touched the wall, I know they didn't get stuck, but
They
did
weren't
he
touching
feel the
where you were.
tingles?
No, he
I know,
didn't.
but did he
didn't
field
touch it, like, the
singles?
exact same
No.
place. He just said touch.
Okay. Damn. All right. I'm gonna. No, I don't think it'll. I mean, yeah, I don't think it'll help. Never mind. I'm gonna drop the invisibility. How annoying.
So from does Frey, from scattered information he might have picked up over time, does he maybe have any idea of how you might be able to break this kind of spell, or how this kind of spell is like?
Give me a int magic.
Okay.
If maybe you know more about it than Rohan does. Oh my god. Oh.
Just slightly better.
Yeah. Frey's getting all the good rolls this session.
Can we say I haven't dropped invisibility yet then until whatever this is
Yeah.
gets explained? All right. Just in case
yeah.
it's like.
I'm not gonna. Got you. Like. No.
Yeah.
Frey, you. Like, obviously, Rowan's like stuck and getting a little dicey, and this is very strange, but something like this is. It's almost like an arcane. It's arcane security, like a trap almost. And generally, it means to dispel it would be a word or a phrase, or there would be some sort of key to properly opening it, the same way you would any locked door. Rohan being grabbed is just seemingly incidental to the fact that it's security for something that must be very valuable, of which you'd be very confident, because this sort of arcane eccentricity is very rare in Alasir.
So we think there's probably. Well, first of all, I guess does Frey tell us this?
Or is Frey just happy watching us, like...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to assume.
Yeah, no, Frey will say, I don't think we can brute strength our way out of this. We need there's probably a key, a passcode of some sort, something to trigger it.
Take a closer look at the wall, see if there's maybe any bricks that look like they've seen more wear, or are like a different color than like other bricks, or like mortars missing, or anything like that. It's a wall.
It's like it's not in good shape. Like there's like it's scuffed, but there's no like obvious anything that you see.
I'm gonna just start saying words that might be a password. Like I'm gonna say like Vossarion, Elendar. I mean, I'm trying to do at least the most obvious things.
Okay.
Hang up on what you're putting down, because I can read your brain. I say abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
Okay. So
Worth a shot.
Frey definitely feeling a little lost now. He's gonna press his hand back against the wall again, where he had gotten that impression of anger, of frustration, and he's feeling it a little himself now, and a little lost. And I'd like to actually try and use the roll part of emotional resonance.
Okay. Give me a wisdom magic.
All right. Hey.
Jesus Christ!
Well,
Holy crap!
what is it that Frey would like to know?
Frey would like to know,
How to beat the game.
Frey would like to know how to open the portal.
You get this almost. It feels like you almost are remembering something that you couldn't remember. It's of a cloaked figure walking up, putting his hand on it, and saying the word open in Nifican.
Befriend and enter.
So as this memory comes over him, Frey definitely loses himself to it a moment, and he will walk forward, following those same steps, probably bumping into Rohan, and he will put his hand out against the wall, right by Rohan's hand.
You feel that
And-
tingling.
And he will speak that same word.
The utterance of open, significant, and Ron, you feel your body immediately loosen, and like the pins and needles feeling is still there, but you can immediately like move your hand, and you see as the wall fades and a arched doorway opens up.
Huh. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, I walk through.
Frey comes back to himself and kind of hesitates a moment, looking. I mean, not that anybody can see them, but he looks a little frazzled at the moment. But he will. Well, it's open then. Not realizing Rohan just walked through.
I'll like relay back to Garrett that like, holy crap, that worked. I'm in.
So did they both just like phase through the wall, and I'm left out here by my own?
No, you see an arch open, and they walk through it.
Okay, can I
Seems
go
to
through the arch,
You gonna like?
or
run
is it
through
closing right behind them?
It doesn't seem to be closing right behind him. You rush in behind him.
I think real quick, like, should I follow through the?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so, right? Because
Is
we're
our-
invisible.
Oh, okay. Our invisibility is still up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Frey will. I assume someone will tell Frey that Rohan has walked through.
Yeah. Garrett tells
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach a. Okay, I'm like
I think you can also see the fly
Yeah.
at this point.
yeah.
Since I didn't like
right,
teleport. Yeah, so you could probably see.
Oh,
I still have that up.
okay.
So I just kind of say, hey, I don't know if you saw him, Frey, but Rohan went through the portal, and I kind of like stage whisper, Streak, can you hear me?
I'm still up on the roof. There's no way I can hear you.
That's why I stage whispered it and not like whispered it. I like yelled it but didn't yell it, I guess.
Through a roof?
All right, fine. Be that way. Because I was gonna try to let Streak know that they went in, but oh, can you pretty lights a little image of you walking through an arch?
Yeah, sure.
10 feet.
Like,
Oh, 10 feet. Never mind.
not in front of him, just at the arch as I walk through.
Like up
I'm
10 feet into the air.
watching the ally.
He's watching the exit. He wouldn't see it.
Okay, fair enough. That's it then.
But yeah,
We're just gonna-
Frey will put him through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Cool. I guess what do we see on the other side of the arch?
So, the first thing you note is, as you walk through, it is a stone staircase. You have to almost crouch. Like, it barely is maybe 6 feet tall, but it's a staircase going down. And as you start to walk in, you see as the torches light once you're close to them, and then go out once you move further away.
Okay, interesting. Is it getting dark? Wait. Oh, darn. So we can sense us even though we're invisible. Okay. Interesting. All right. I mean, I guess we keep going. I don't know, like, what the benefit of stopping now would be. I am gonna... see. I have pretty lights up for the fly. But I still can use one other. Yeah, I'm gonna also cast Ghost Light, so that, and I guess like here I think we're pretty isolated, so I'll like whisper to Frey, like, only we can see this light. And here, hold on, let me- yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use ghost light and then keep going. Yeah.
It goes down about 10 fairly steep steps. Your internal, like, what is it, balance is roughly figuring you're about a floor down before it stops at a small hallway with what looks like a little, like, stone, like, cobblestone foyer, almost. There is a single wooden door. Outside of it, you can see there are 2 chairs, both of which are nice and cushioned. They look like a nice dark wood. They're polished. They're shiny. In between them, there's a small little end table with a few fruits sitting on it, including an apple core that looks like it was eaten fairly recently.
And is there anybody in the chairs, or are
No.
they empty?
They're empty.
Okay. The door is closed, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, what are we gonna do? Like, not go through the door? I guess we keep going.
Well, while Frey is passing the room, he's gonna put his hand on like the back of a chair. Look at the full, stop a moment. Like, how freshly eaten does the apple look? Like, is it brown? Is it like super brown?
Oh no, when I say recent, I mean like today.
Okay.
Like minutes or hours? Would we know? How dry is it?
It's dry enough that it probably wasn't within, like, it was probably hours, like probably a this morning thing.
Okay.
While you guys were getting your palms read, type of thing.
Okay. Frey will, and it's almost kind of like an experimental little touch, but he'll touch the top of the apple. And basically, I just want to see if I'll get anything, if anything might trigger some resin.
More annoyance.
No.
Same sort of thing as before.
All right.
I feel like there's something we should be doing, but I'm just gonna slide up. I have fly. Yeah, okay. I mean, is there anything like barring the door or anything that we see, or
Not that you see. It's got a single iron handle on the left side.
Okay. Is it like sturdy?
It's like it looks like it's like a thick wood, and then there's 2 bands of iron, one about a third of the way up, one about 2/3 of the way up.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, as like quietly as possible, try to push open the door.
Go to push, nothing. As I said, there's a handle.
Sure, I that's what I mean. I'm gonna turn the handle. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I had to. I had to. Oh, you pull the little latch, and it gets that little brass click. Oh, I did say iron bands. I meant bronze. Apologies.
Sure, yeah.
And it clicks, and you start pulling, and it.
Great. All right. Yeah, I'll walk through.
And as it's squeaking, you hear a voice from the other side. I told them to lubricate that darned thing. You still walking through?
Do I see this person?
So you're like poking your head in?
Yeah.
You can see on the far side, like directly where your vision would go, so on the far like right of the room, there is what looks like a table with some alchemical ingredients and things, and a certain mage of yesterday hunched over working on something. There's a couple of beakers that are being heated and vials and things like that.
Okay, and it looks like he's alone?
Yeah, he was talking to himself, and then something about, and then he just Avery, where have you been? He's not really paying attention, but he is calling out after hearing the squeaking door. Been running late all morning.
I'm gonna walk through, and I'm gonna... I'm not gonna touch the door. Wherever it is right now. I don't know if it's gonna swing closed or not, but I'm just gonna leave it. And I'm just gonna...
It's heavy enough that if you let go, it's just not gonna move.
Okay. I guess I have no idea where Frey is. Like, I have no way of knowing.
Frey is, Frey will also go through that open door. Has he seen this person's face before? Like, at any of, like...
You can't make out the face. Their back is turned to the door.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, is there, like... Is this room like a dead end, or is there, like... is there
like
more
the room
through
that
this
they're
room?
in?
Yeah.
Are you, like, poking your head in, or are you heading, like, or the foyer that you were in?
No. Oh, sorry. I'm in the room that...
So you opened the door to the foyer, and as you did, that's when he started talking, and you saw him on the other side.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go into wherever... Sorry, I feel like I don't have a sense of the place anymore. So we walk down the stairs.
Let me give a drawing. How about that?
Sure, that would be great.
Let's see here. We'll do it over here in the ocean, so we got some room. Cool. Where was the foyer?
Yeah.
Door you went through seems to open into a much larger room. Saw the door came open and you saw here. That's the direction you were looking, and that's where he was. Door, like back, not facing back to the door.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I walked through that door, and so there's nobody else in there, you said.
You don't see anyone. Are you walking all the way through?
Yeah. I still don't see anybody.
Avery. At this point, he turns around. You can see there is a bed on the other side over here. There is a set of bunk beds. Cassie is currently sleeping on the bottom one.
Okay. Does she look like she's restrained in any way?
No.
Okay.
I mean, give me a, do you want to, like, get a closer examination of her, or are you more worried about something else, or what?
No, I want to go look at her, because if she's... Like, if I can figure out if she's okay, then we can just book it, so that's my priority.
Okay, you head over there, give me a int heal. We'll see if there's anything obviously wrong with her. Breathing might be a little, like, shallow, like she's not really breathing heavily. Even for sleeping, but other than that, she seems fine. She's laying, she's got one leg under the blanket, and the rest of it looks like it was kicked off. She has a pillow that looks very expensive and silk. It's very fancy. She's wearing clothes you don't recognize, like, not any clothes you've seen her wear, but they are fairly plain.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Garrett's like, I'm assuming I've been kind of like hearing a lot of this without actually like,
Yeah,
just from his mental.
Yeah.
Garrett's been
I'm-
trying to like keep quiet during, or keep his thoughts quiet.
Now, in the meantime,
I'm explicitly saying all of this to you.
what is
I'm,
Frey
because,
doing?
because if I get caught, like I need somebody to know what's in here. So
Right.
I'm definitely like relaying all of this to you, like
Something like-
intentionally.
Do you want to try to talk to her?
What's Frey doing at this point?
So now that the guy has turned around, Frey is trying to get a look at his face, see if this is someone he recognizes.
No one that you've interacted with, but you have, like, you've seen his face before at some pretty nice party. Like the stuff that, like, you pay to get into. He's one of those people who's just kind of in the background. You assumed probably he was a dad. Like, he's, like, maybe 50s, kind of slightly, like, grayish hair that's almost always up in a bun. He has a little bit of stubble, which is rare. Normally, he's very clean-shaven. But yeah, you normally see him very much in the background. Just kind of, he gives off that dad who is here for the food vibe at most of these parties.
Okay.
But-
And does he know if this is Vossarion or not?
I mean, no, not unless someone here can confirm it. But
Would,
I mean, you'd be able to put it together based on everything that they said about him and everything.
So it is Vossarion based on
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so so Frey can conclude that. Okay. Okay.
Because would
that? I guess I
Rohan
don't know
be
that.
able to like send a picture of the guy's face mentally to me? Because I had seen him at the or send it to Garrett.
Just thoughts. Like, do a description.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll describe him as best as I can, but
Yeah,
I
it
feel
gives
like-
off the vibe.
And since you've confirmed that's him, I'll confirm like, yeah, that's the guy that she met with at the hotel
okay.
or the inn. I keep calling it a hotel.
Okay. I don't know how I can talk to Cassie while this guy's in here. Can I? So this guy's working on some like alchemical potions.
Well,
or
he
something?
was. He turned around and he just, Avery.
Yeah, I'm not gonna move or anything.
And now
but
he's just like slowly scanning the room.
I think Frey is probably still kind of standing in the doorway, but he definitely does not say anything.
I think I dropped the fly just so that's like, I don't know why that would matter, but just in case. There's like some reason flies can't live down here or something.
You see him grab a dagger with a very practiced level of dexterity and speed from one of his cloak pockets. And slowly, while holding the blade of the dagger as like on the palm of his left hand, he's holding the dagger with his right hand on the palm of his left hand. He slowly begins walking towards the door.
Frey
Avery,
is
if you're there, speak.
Frey does not speak, but he is going to try to very slowly and very quietly back up out into the foyer.
Give me a dex sneak.
Oh no. Okay, not bad.
Jesus Christ.
This will be my only good night.
He kind of starts like slowly pushing the door open more. I don't know who you are or how you got in here, but I'm friends with many members of the NSO and I do not wish to see you come to harm, but I can contact them very quickly.
What's the NSO?
That's the Naval Securities Office.
Okay.
Essentially
Police.
the guards of
Like law
the,
enforcement.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And you
I
can
mean,
still see he's like almost gripping the blade of this dagger with his left hand.
And Cassie's not like reacting to any of this.
No, she's in a shallow breathing sleep.
Okay. Can I look at the like alchemical potions that he's working on that he was working on?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I get I mean, I guess
give me a
maybe I
dex
don't.
sneak if you're gonna move over there.
Can I look at them from across the room?
There's one that's kind of a murky green and one that looks like it's a bluish purple. There's also
Okay.
a large clear one that looks almost like boiling water, but it's slightly fizzy.
Okay, and I wouldn't have any idea, like, off-site, like, what these might do?
Not at this distance. Like, there are books open. There's a quill and an inkwell next to one of them. There's another book near that.
Okay, is this guy still in the room, or has he
He's
headed
in the
out?
doorway to the foyer now.
Is he still backing up?
No, he's starting to, like, walk out into the foyer.
Okay, but, like, that means he's leaving the room that we're
Yes,
in.
yeah. He's leaving
Okay,
the main room and going into the foyer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand still and wait for him to back up as much as, I don't know, like, back up to somewhere where maybe he's not an eye shot, I guess. I don't know if he will do that, but I'm just gonna wait and see how far he'll head back.
Into the foyer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't really have any business with him. My goal here specifically is to figure out if Cassie's like under the influence of something, and if she's being kept here against her will. So like him not being here would be great. Like I'm not really here to like fight him. So.
Frey, what are you doing?
Frey is in the foyer, and he is still very slowly and very quietly backing away to make sure that there is space between him and Vossarion.
Enough that like even a sudden movement, like beyond arm's reach.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the gate still open, or did that gate close?
the magic archway?
Yeah.
It closed.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that like I'm not standing there like a big dumbass at the end of the foyer, like.
As he gets to the foot of the stairs, he squeezes the blade with his left hand. And Frey, you can see some drops of blood starting to fall out of his left hand, which is now in a fist. And as they fall to the ground, they sizzle like they're burning a little bit, almost acidically.
Okay. Looking at this, like, I'm basically trying to ask, like, do I have a sense of, like, does it look like he's gonna cast a spell, or is his blood just weird?
The way he's moving, probably about to cast a spell. Or he is preparing something arcane. Blood don't sizzle like acid.
Okay.
While this is happening, can I like while Frey decides what to do, can I like real quick go over and look at what's happening on next to the potions?
Okay. Try and do this quietly.
Yeah.
Dex sneak.
Okay.
What you needed. He's a little distracted.
Okay.
And you're invisible, so it helps, but move over. You can see that the book that he is reading from looks to be written in Niffican. The book that he is writing into looks to be written languages you speak. In Rayclarian.
Yeah. Okay. What does it say, I guess?
Which one can you read? Both or just Rayclarian, right?
Just Rayclarian, yeah.
It looks like it's describing creating a concoction that like makes people incredibly tired very quickly.
Okay.
That is at a 2-second glance. It is not finished, whatever this concoction is.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk back over to Cassie and shake her.
Shake her, and she does not awaken.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my crossbow and step towards the door.
Meanwhile, Frey, what were you doing?
Okay, Frey's definitely starting to feel a little bit of panic. Is going to he's gonna try and circle around Vossarion, so he's behind him, hopefully.
Okay, so you're near the doorway to the back to the main lab, and he's at the foot of the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay. And you watch as he, like, the blood drips, and then he just... Speak now. Anyone is here? Erist. Dort. As he finishes uttering it, you see as some blood begins pouring out of the cut in his hand, going to the ground and beginning to mystify into a fog, heading up the stairs.
Oh.
Oh crap! That'd be like. Sorry.
Yeah. So Frey is going to back into the lab, and he's just going to very, very quietly just say, "You're still here, right?"
Yep.
And
I'm
you
also
have-
whispering.
Yeah, Rohan, you have your crossbow out as you're
Yeah.
seeing this red fog begin to emanate all over the foyer.
Okay. Can I? Is so the door is open at this point?
The door
Or,
is
like,
open,
open
yeah.
enough. Can I make an execution attack? I don't know if that's a thing I've never done that before, so I don't know how to do it. But
Oh my god, you're gonna try and kill
You're
him.
just gonna fucking murder
Yes. Yes.
I gotta try. There's blood mist happening. What do you want me to do here? I definitely relay back to Garrett like, all right, I think we're about to fight. Look alive. Be careful.
Would I be able to? Do you think I'd be able to open the door? Would I be able to like come in? Like what? I mean, this has been like watching a horror movie basically for Garrett the whole time, just getting your while trying to be quiet and like knowing that Cass has been being put to sleep forcefully. He's like keyed up and like, but he feels like he can't do anything.
I mean, you heard what Frey said to get in, right?
But is it going
And
to work
you-
for me if I'm not?
I don't know. I mean, you could try it if you want, but
And if I open that, am I just going to show up on the other end of Blood Hallway here?
yeah, probably.
Good old Blood Hallway. That's my favorite place at the theme park.
I don't know how to. How do I? I don't even know how to attack. Hold on. It's been so long since I've done this. Sorry.
God.
You are really gonna try and execute this guy.
Yeah. How do I do an execution attack?
Oh, an execution attack. You have been sitting here, preparing, waiting. Oh boy. I need you to make a dex shoot.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I took a point in this. I'm hoping not terrible.
Oh boy. He gets to make...
Save.
He makes a physical save. If he fails, is dead.
Wow.
Oh my god. I'm like shaking right now?
And for a physical save, you have to roll higher than the number that you have in your box, right?
Equal to or higher, yeah.
Equal to or higher, okay.
Oh my god, this is stressful. Oh, am I
Which side are you hoping for?
Me?
Yeah.
Clearly he doesn't want you to
have
die.
No idea.
I feel like this might be like a big bad or something, so I feel like I might
Hey,
be.
that's the game right there.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I don't have his fucking portrait on.
It's okay. We might not need it much longer anyway.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
There it is.
Rohan really pulling out his crime lord.
Oh, oh, okay. Okay, glad I double checked that. There is a the save is altered based on. If the execution attack hits, the target must make an immediate physical saving throw at a penalty equal to the attacker's combat skill level. Your shoot is 0?
Yeah, shoot
Okay,
0.
so he doesn't, no penalty.
Yeah.
Also, is Rohan now visible?
He will be as the shot goes off.
Yeah. No!
Oh no!
What is max damage for you?
I don't know. How do I tell? I have had this crossbow for exactly half of a combat, so I don't know anything.
Yeah, but you've
about
also
it.
had it for like half of the campaign, technically.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let me check here. The damage is 1d10, so it'll be a 10. Plus, I believe your dex is added to your damage.
Yes, I believe so for a crossbow.
No, do an attack roll and we'll double check with the crossbow.
Okay. Yes, let me do that.
Yeah, 1d10 plus 1. So that'd be 11 damage.
So, yeah, you're going to be dealing 11 damage to him.
Okay.
I mean, that would kill me.
Oh boy.
It's really unfortunate because my best combat spell that I have now, I can't use anymore because I used invisibility. I used my one spell of the day.
With that, you like, oh god, you're nervous and you're like, fuck, you loose that bolt, and Garrett, you can feel the stress. Everything comes to a halt, and then Frey, you're watching from the other side as Rohan comes into view holding a crossbow, and it right past you, hitting Elendar Vossarion. And he and turns, it sticking out of his back. And he is looking directly at you, Rohan. He has not fallen. We're rolling initiative.
Oh no!
Oh shit, oh shit.
Right. I think I add 1 to initiative, right? Because of alert.
Yeah, I think it's automatically done.
Okay.
The first initiative I did not have a fucking map for either. Jesus.
Wait, you didn't have a map for this? I thought they were in a map the whole time.
No. No, I don't have a map for this.
Quick, sketch a map.
You roll initiative for me too, right? Okay.
It's a group initiative.
Cool. Sorry, Frey. I definitely said we're probably not going to be fighting. It'll be fine.
Yeah. He trusted you.
Well, I mean, you're going first.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to shoot again. Oh, do I have to
You
take
have
an
to
action
spend a turn reloading. It's a crossbow.
God damn it. All right, well, I mean, that's what I do then, I guess. What else am I going to do?
It's are Streak and I included in this?
Yeah.
Okay.
This
Would
is,
I be able to try to get in?
you're gonna run to the door? Like,
Mhm.
were you on the other side of it this whole time?
Yeah, I was right by the door.
Okay. In that case, I would say an action to hold your hand up. You hold your hand
Okay.
up to it. You speak the words. And it opens. You feel those pins and needles in the end of your fingers, but they quickly go away.
Am I like right in the middle of the blood cloud, or
The blood
if I
cloud
step
comes
through?
pouring out.
Oh god.
I am going to need a physical save.
It burns.
Oh, I forgot to say, Frey, you are also visible now, by the way.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I made my fizz
did
save.
neglect to mention that.
Why she's also visible? Or he?
There's one
because-
spell fades.
Once it breaks on one person, it breaks for everyone.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, once broken for one subject, it breaks for all.
Oh, so he was staring at you, and then a second later, in between you and fucking him is Frey.
Yeah.
And Frey's
Yeah.
like, whoop.
And Frey, as you see the tension, you then like notice out of like the corner of your eye, you can see your own shoulders and hands again.
Yeah,
He just what? With that, rest of you guys can take your turn any order you wish. Garrett, you have successfully handled this. It is dissipating very quickly and will be gone by the end of the round.
Yay.
And are you also heading down?
Yeah, I will be making my way down with bow drawn. I'm assuming I use my action, so even if I see him, I can't take a
Yeah,
shot.
it was your action to open the door. So
But I can
you head
move.
down to the base of the stairs, or at least like halfway down them, and you can see you can like once you get down enough that you can see that Vossarion is currently turning away from you and has a crossbow bolt sticking out of the small of his back.
And
I'm trying to decide if I want to yell out or if I want to just, you know what? I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm gonna like see if we can keep the surprise here.
Yeah.
For a bit.
I'm gonna say to Frey, go try to wake up Cassie.
Frey immediately just nods and runs past him into the lab, and yeah, he'll go and try to wake her up by like shaking her shoulders.
All right, Frey, you run with everything you've got, head over to where Cassie was, and you shake her, and she is still just asleep.
Hey.
Flap
Can
her.
I do anything, or?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, can I still do anything this round? Or is that,
I mean, what did you want to do?
Well, I think the next thing he was gonna do is probably go over to the table that Vossarion seemed to be at or working at. See if there might be anything helpful.
You can see a number of alchemical vials, as I described. The 2 books, one that is currently being written in, another one that seems like it's being transcribed or something. Beyond that, there are a number of... There's like a small little candle that's heating things. Is there something specific you're looking for? Or?
I think right now he would like to very quickly skim the currently open page on those books, see if there's anything about sleeping person.
What languages does Frey speak?
I think the only one listed on his sheet is Furry.
Either of these books are in Phoenician.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, because you had the cultured foci and you got rid of it.
Right. Oh, you're right. You told me languages probably wouldn't come up.
I mean, this is literally the first time it's been useful for me, so...
Oh my god.
I don't have cultured, but I speak 3 languages, and it hasn't been useful for me until now, so...
Oh.
It was probably a good call.
I just think it's hilarious.
Welcome, Ronnie, to the inciting moment of the campaign. What a good time to start! All right. Otherwise, like, you could look over the books. There's more stuff. Like, there's, like, all of these, little, like, wooden drawers on the back of this, desk that you're assuming have ingredients and things in them. But, among them is the bubbling and slightly, like, almost fizzy-looking water that's in a larger burner, a larger, beaker. Is there something specific you're looking for, hunting for, anything like that?
The vials that are on the table, are they currently, like, full, or are they empty?
They're full.
Okay. He might just grab one to maybe throw if it comes to that.
Greenish, purplish, or clear. Those are the main 3 that still have a good, decent bit in them.
Let's go with purplish.
Purplish, alright. It's a vial. It's kind of a half purple, half blue. It has, like, this almost murky, like, slightly green flecks of something in it. And as you
Okay.
pick it up, it's like the entire vial is like warm to the touch. And like as you're holding it, like the smell coming up to your nostrils, like it like almost burns your nostrils. And you're just like, oh,
Smelling
like
salts.
it's strong.
He definitely kind of like holds it a little away from himself. But yeah, so he'll just hold onto it. Oh, actually, he is going to take that and hold it up to Cassie's nose.
Run over and hold it up to Cassie's nose. As you
Getting
do,
the inside
like,
of your nose burned out.
you
doesn't
are
wake you up.
like, because you're running a lot right now. Like your turn is running back and forth. As you do, give me a luck save.
No.
Oh boy.
Draw.
What's a luck save?
It's right below the others.
Oh, there it is.
You run over to hold it under her nose, and as you do, some of it kind of like spills onto her chin, but she just like immediately just screams and wakes up. You can see like it like almost burning a little bit into her chin and like her lip, and she just and like looking around, very confused.
I mean, she's awake.
Yeah, Frey definitely startles back, keeping a strong grip on the vial, and says, I'm sorry, I'm here with your friend.
And that's your turn.
Okay.
All right,
Sounds like this would be a good thing to throw.
Streak,
What's
Rohan,
that?
what are you guys doing? Rohan, you're reloading. Anything else?
I guess I'll run back, like, behind the door, while I'm reloading, if I can do that, or just inside the room, so that I can.
Well, you were already in the room.
I think I came out when. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. I'm
Yeah,
already
you
there.
were
I
like
guess I'll
you
just
were
step
like 5
behind-
feet away from the doorway, pretty much.
Yes,
point
yeah,
blank.
you're right. Yeah, I'll just step to the side, I guess, so that he can't see me through the door.
I didn't
hopefully.
think there was a scenario where you guys attacked this guy, or I would have totally like. This was one of those things where I was like, I definitely am not getting a map for this. But there was just like I thought about it and I have it in my head perfectly. I'm sure you guys could tell.
Yeah.
I just never thought I would need to make it. Oh my god.
To be honest, it's gonna be really awkward if Cass watches us kill her new teacher.
Yeah, I guess we're not
I'm just
really
sitting-
sure that.
We
I mean,
don't
he's
know
giving
that
her
she
shit to make her fall
approached
asleep.
voluntarily. She could be doing it to help him.
Streak,
They
it's
do
your turn.
disappear.
Are you doing anything, Streak?
I don't think I can do jack shit. I'm on the fucking roof.
All right.
This has really gotten out of
I will
hand.
say Cassie will be in the next round. We're gonna make Cassie yellow team right now. See if she's gonna go before or after you guys. Can I just roll her initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just roll a d8 and oh wait, can I? Yeah, I'm just gonna roll a d8. 6. She is going to go after you guys, but before Elendar next round. So now it is Elendar's turn, Mr. Vossarion. And he once more, just this time stabbing the knife into the meat of his thumb of his left hand and pulling down, creating this massive gash.
Really good vibes from this guy. Definitely nothing evil going on with the guy whose blood sizzles.
And as it does, he just Durst, Entruch, Entropic, Scourge, and holds his hand, his left hand, in a fist, and the blood begins to turn murky and gray, and just disappear. And it appears at your feet, Rowan. I need a physical save.
Fun. All right. Thank
Hey,
God.
God damn! You see this almost dry blood, if that's even possible, moving up your body, just encapsulating you. And you're just focusing with everything you've got, trying to hold on, and you can feel it like binding around you. You guys are seeing as like he's almost starting to like get cracks in his skin. But thankfully you are just shrugging it off with everything you've got. You lose your move action for the next 4 turns.
Jesus. Okay. All right. I might not be able to shoot him then. But okay.
And he is then going to start falling back. And he just backs up after that and bumps
turn
into
around?
Garrett and turns around. But
I've got my bow aimed right at him. I'm just kind of like, "Hi, we're here for our friend." Actually, technically, it's probably not my turn, so I can't really say that.
no,
I
his
guess we're
turn's
waiting
over.
for-
That's all he's got.
Okay.
He has nowhere to go. He's trapped.
Yeah, like, "Hi, we're here for our friend."
This is how a party turned into assassins. All right.
Does he respond to this?
Yeah.
He just... The damn idealists.
I shoot him in the face.
All right. Do you have a... There is a negative to point blank unless you have certain foci, I think.
I do have. Let's check my foci. Deadeye. You gain choose a skill. You can ready stood weapon. You may use a bow or two-handed weapon when is at a -4 hit penalty. You may add your shoot skill to a ranged weapons damage roll. So I still get the -4, but I can use it.
All right. So yeah, you can at least hit him. Or do
I
you
almost
want to try to
should've-
fall back?
Did he say you damned idealists?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I almost should have taken this as a second penalty and taken the other one, because then I would have been able to shoot him close range no matter what. I think that was my next plan, was next level was to take Deadeye as a focus again. How close is he to me, and how far back would I need to move
He's
to...
in melee with you. You would need to move, I would say, at least 5-10 feet back.
And if I do that, he gets an attack of opportunity?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm shooting him in the face.
All right, -4. You really want to get this kill like this.
That's a 7. That's not going to do it?
No. As you, like, rear back the arrow, he just kind of, like, shoves you with his shoulder at the last second, and the arrow just goes wide, hitting off into the corner.
That's alright. It distracts him enough that Rohan can take the shot.
Can I? Can I peek around the corner, or
Yeah.
am I?
You can still see him. He's currently...
Okay, so I can still take the shot.
Yeah.
Just don't
Cool.
shoot me.
Yeah. All right. Let's take.
That doesn't hit.
And it... Like, you have not practiced that much with a crossbow. This is
I
still
sure have
new
not.
to you, even with some training. This is the first time you've ever fired a crossbow in a life or death situation in your life. And
Yeah.
you are stressed, you are sweaty, you are nervous, and you just... and it just hits right past the door frame and hits near where the... just on the side, near where the stairs hit into the foyer.
Yeah, Frey, you want to throw that thing?
Yeah, Frey is still standing in front of Cassie, a little, very, very apologetic about burning her. But yeah, he will run back up next to Rohan.
I would say,
And-
yeah, you would need to be within, like, 10 feet to throw that and not have it go everywhere and not make it to its mark. So you're going to need to be pretty close to this guy, like, in the foyer with him.
Okay. Frey will... He'll brush past Rohan, just saying, That's a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea.
Sure is.
But yeah, he will throw the vial at Vossarion.
I think as Frey goes past, Rohan is literally like, sorry. I know we promised this wouldn't happen.
All right. I will say, give me a dex shoot.
Okay.
I swear to God, and that hits its target. All right. Vossarion needs a physical save.
Please fail this. Damn.
He like as it like hits across his chest, he just starts like from where he turns, like he bats him back, and it like he's turning, realizing he's kind of caught off guard now and surrounded, and he just you can roll a 1d6. Still dealing the damage, not doing any other effects it might have.
Okay.
3. All right.
Okay.
Is that all of your turns?
Do we have
Streak
reasons
technically is still up on the roof and may or may not decide to join us.
How does Street get down there in the one-way tunnel that you're blocking?
That's true. That's also true.
Also,
All right.
don't know how to open the door.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
such a-
And the door has shut behind you at this point.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know anything's wrong.
Well, you saw Garrett run in there.
Yeah, I just saw Garrett go inside. He didn't tell
I'd
me
like to-
anything.
You're right. I should have said something like I should have yelled for Streak. I did not, and I
I
apologize
don't know.
for that.
I mean,
Oh,
I
no.
feel
Not that
like
there
it
would have been any
was pretty
room.
quick.
It's a dangerous fight, and Streak's not here to save everyone. This isn't looking good.
Do we have any sense of how hurt this guy is?
I mean, he's in pain. Like, he's in pain.
okay.
Do I still technically have my movement?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to try and back up a bit then. Let's see if I can back up and get some more room so I'm not taking that -4 penalty.
Okay.
Is
He's
he
gonna get an
an
opportunity attack.
Yeah.
That's fine. He's got to be an AC of 17.
Oh, shit.
Yep. We buffed up.
Yeah.
AC of 17?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Did you take, what is it, like tough or whatever?
Impervious defense.
Oh, okay.
So I have 15 plus half my level, which is 16, plus my dex bonus, which gets it to 17.
Nice.
Oh. I can't get it done.
And it also doesn't inflict the shock damage.
Now your AC is
Nice.
above 15. The shock's 115.
Incredible.
All right. You head back. It is now Cassie's turn. And she just... What are you all doing? What is going on?
Were you here on... Did you decide to be here?
She is running past you and just, like, trying to get in the way. Stop! Stop! Towards everyone, just stumbling, and she, like, falls and is crawling. Why will fight? Why will fight? Wait. Yes! And, with that...
This
it
is awkward.
Vossarion's turn. And given that Garrett is his path to freedom, he is going to go after Garrett.
It was really awkward.
He's gonna have to use like all of his daily spell slots for this. Alright. Oh, this is the spell slot. That's good.
I feel like Cassie's gonna hate us forever after this.
Alright. Garrett, he turns to you after swiping his dagger, and this time, again, slashes it across, and more blood begins to flow freely. And this time, it begins to flow onto his hand, almost like creating a claw. and you see it sizzling and dripping, and he goes to swipe at you with it. And as he does, it just begins spattering all across you. I need a physical save.
Ew. Is he theoretically taking damage from doing his... Oh, that's a failure. Taking
Maybe.
damage from cutting himself?
Maybe.
Okay, just curious.
Failure. Okay.
Garrett takes 12 points of damage and instantly dies.
I kind of hope either me or Cassie dies in this fight, so that I don't have to have this awkward conversation afterwards.
I feel that.
You take 10 damage.
Oof.
As he
I'm dead.
charges up to you and just swipes at you with this hand of just pulsating acidic blood slashing across your chest.
I have
Are you actually down?
-1 health.
All right, you are bleeding out.
Okay.
And he just turns around and, with the rest of his movement, is backing up towards the door. You can still see blood dripping out of his hand. It seems like every time he casts the spell, it also cauterizes his hand afterwards.
Does he look like he's about to keep fighting, or does he look like he's about to run?
Looks like he's trying to run. Like, the way he's backing up, like he was trying to, like... He looks like a man who was attacked in his home and is defending himself.
This is gonna get awkward.
Yeah.
It's your guys' turn.
What do we do? I mean, I don't want to keep fighting, I guess. I don't feel the
He's
need
in
to
rough
kill
shape,
him.
I'll say that as well. Like, this dude has, like, the left side, you can see where, like, the acid burned through, and you can see, like, almost like muscle on his left-hand side where it burnt through, like, all of his clothes and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where Frey just threw it and it just dug in.
Okay. I'm gonna...
I mean, I'm dead, but it probably wouldn't hurt to, like... I mean, he was drinking Cass, though. But she said she was here on purpose.
I'm just gonna...
Are we gonna just
I don't
let
want
him
to
run?
fight him. Yeah, I don't want to fight him. I'm gonna go try to heal Garrett. Do I just make a heal check? I forget.
Yes. Okay. Why we have the quick reference.
Hey. It's pretty
Mortally
good.
wounded at 0 hit points. Yeah, no, you stabilize him very quickly, just kind of putting pressure where you can just see this bubbling blood getting it off of him, and you can see, like, looking up, like, where Garrett's body rolled down the stairs in the 5 seconds. It's like, Garrett, like, you're still conscious as you can feel yourself dying.
I think I am just gonna, like, turn to Vossarion and just be like, just go. We don't want to kill you. We were just here for our friend.
You're hearing a lot of ows in your head, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
It is, alright, Frey, you have a turn?
Frey is staring between Cassie and Vossarion, and just kind of like this horror, this realization in his building in his stomach, and he's not gonna do anything. He's gonna stand there, frozen in shock at the moment, because he's looking at the really awful burns on Vossarion, and he did that.
Yeah.
Strieg, you are still waiting up on the roof?
Apparently.
Alright, you see as he finishes backing towards the door up the last couple steps, holds a hand on it, his right hand, you'll notice, and the archway opens and he runs out of it.
Okay.
Greg, do you want to take a shot at the guy who's running away from us?
At this point, we are going to break initiative for the sake of my sanity. Strieg, you see a very wounded Vossarion, Elendar Vossarion, running down the alleyway. He has a bolt sticking out of his back. He's grasping at his left side in pain. He doesn't seem to notice you.
Would Streak take the shot?
I'm gonna take a shot. His ankle.
All right. Now, note, he's running and still very much careful. Like, you're not getting an execution attack, but you're getting an attack.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right. Roll to hit.
I'm not trying to execute him.
All right.
How do I roll to hit again?
In your inventory
Sorry.
on your crossbow.
Yes. Yes.
I'm right there with you. It is.
It's been a
It's
week.
confusing, yeah. Holy shit.
You hit him and... You hit him and it... right through the ankle, right through the meat of the ankle. And he just... and like stumbles forward. He's still standing. And he like is trying to lift himself and just like turning and looking. Like he takes a second to look around and figure out like what's going on, where he got shot from. Are you hiding? Take another shot. Well, yeah, gotta take another shot. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna take another shot
All
at
right.
the other ankle.
All right, he gets to the end of the T-junction of the alleyway and turns left. And at this point, you're shooting for the other ankle. Roll. And with that, and it hits in a way that it almost pins it into the ground. And he just and trips over, and he's about 10 feet from the mouth of the alley as he falls, currently unconscious and presumably beginning to bleed out in the alley.
I guess I'm gonna start climbing down.
Holy shit.
Now, Frey, remember, they're the good guys.
Holy shit.
I feel bad.
You and me both.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, I shot him because, I mean, my
Yeah.
understanding was that he was drugging our friend and trying to, like...
Yeah. Look,
I
we
just
were.
saw a guy running out with arrows in him, and I know you guys went in there. And
You
I
also
don't see
recognize
you.
it as Vossarion, so
Yeah.
He's not dead, he's, right?
he's bleeding out
Yeah.
right now on the
He's
ground.
bleeding out. Okay.
And he might
Streak
never
very
walk
well
right
kill
again.
him for all we know. Jesus
Or
Christ.
breathe right again.
Was that necessary?
Well, you you shot him in both ankles and threw very highly acidic toxin into his lungs.
You didn't know how
Well.
toxic it was.
Oh. So,
Thanks
Streak,
for making
you are
us feel
climbing
bad
down.
about saving our friend.
Streak, you're climbing down.
I am.
You're making your way to the... I almost said the corpse.
He's
The
not dead. I shot him through the ankles.
He's not dead. The unconscious body. Right. He is not, like... You can see, like, he's, like, trying desperately to get enough strength to, like, pull himself to get into public. He is technically unconscious mechanically, but I think it's more interesting dramatically when people go to 0 HP and they're still around to be able to communicate. So... You approach this man as he is crawling inch by inch, trying with everything he's got to get to public. Get to that main street.
I'm just gonna stand in front of him, like kind of blocking his way to the main street, and just go, where are they? The others, where are they?
Of course. Joe said, "All set up." Fuck. And he collapses unconscious. He is bleeding out, by the way.
I mean,
Yeah, right. Can I do a heal or try?
I would say you're in there's no pressure at this point. Like, if you want
Just
to
to keep
stabilize him, you can do
bleeding
so.
out.
You have a minute, essentially, so. You do your best to stabilize him. Meanwhile, down below...
Maybe we can just not do this part.
We get to deal with an angry Cass. Yay!
Look, I feel like we made an okay decision with the information we had at the time. I say this to Cass.
Cassie has just fallen to her knees in confusion. Her eyes are wide.
I look like mortified, but I am like, we thought we were helping.
You can see she's now got a burn scar across most of her chin on the left
Oops.
side.
Permanently?
Probably.
There's
Oops.
nothing we can do to help to
It's
heal.
gonna look like a really bright white birthmark, probably.
A chin birthmark is such a weird place to have a birthmark. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
almost like not natural.
We're just lying there. We
I
thought
just
he
sit there in
was poisoning
silence.
you and trying to steal you.
He was helping me. My partner was going to die. That's what I
Frey
thought.
told us. Cassie,
Someone-
meet Frey. Frey, Cassie. Frey told us that Vossarion has a history of taking apprentices here and no one ever hearing from them again. We received a visit from some associate of Vossarion's, and he
It was really
Told us that-
sketchy.
Yeah, he told us that we couldn't talk to you, that you couldn't talk to us, that we wouldn't be able to visit you, that basically we could have no proof of life, and that we should just trust that everything was okay. And you left on a broken ankle, basically, without telling us that you were leaving, even. I don't know how we could
Weird.
possibly... I feel like we thought you were kidnapped. I feel like it was a reasonable assumption, given that you disappeared with a broken ankle, and people told us that nobody could speak to you and that you couldn't speak to us, and that we heard that the person who you disappeared with often disappears people who he lures in by saying he's going to take them as an apprentice. So I'm sorry if you were here by choice, but we came in not hoping to fight. We came in just trying to figure out if you were safe or not. But what happened, he started summoning a giant blood mist, and we tried to wake you up. You didn't wake up. We tried to... I don't know. Things got out of hand.
You told me that when you get into deep sleep, you can understand things better. Visions, things you don't understand. He told me you can understand them better. The deep sleep. I said I'd try. So I had to know what was wrong with me.
Did it help?
I don't know.
I mean, he did call us damned idealists. I'm saying this out of character, so I don't... That doesn't sound like something someone above board would say.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess like this is also out of
Especially-
character. I feel like there's nothing we can ask him that will like confirm for us whether he was like, I don't know, what he was trying to do with Cassie, probably.
Especially
you could
since
ask him
we
what
said we
happened
were
to the
here
older
for our
friend.
friend. You know,
Yeah.
what I... Like, if he had said, oh, you know, this is all a big misunderstanding, she's fine, having an arrow in him and me pointing an arrow at him, I figure that would be something that, like... You know, that might be something that someone would try to diffuse the situation rather than continuing to attack after we've said, hey, we're here for our friend.
I mean, I don't want to victim blame this guy who...
I'm not trying to victim blame him. I'm just saying that, like, hey, we're here for our friends. You don't respond with damned idealists. You go, oh shit, hands up.
That's fair. Damned Idealist is pretty sketchy, but I don't know. Can I go and look at the book some more and see if I can find out any more information now that we have a few minutes?
Yeah, is there something specific you're looking for in the one that is being written in Rayclarian?
I mean, I guess...
Like, there's maybe 100 pages written and another 250 unwritten, right?
Well, I guess there's like 2 or 3 things. One is, like, are there any notes that says, like, this sucker thinks I'm trying to help her, but I'm actually going to kill her or whatever?
Oh, in case it's his diary?
Yeah, I don't know. If there's notes in the margin. Or, like, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of notes about, like, it being riskier than he had told her or something.
Or like what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is, like, what... I don't know, like...
Give me an int notice.
Okay. Please roll. Okay. Average as hell.
All right, real quick, since Garrett is kind of downed, I'm gonna step out momentarily while we're doing this.
What you are
I'll
seeing,
keep listening.
okay. What you're seeing looking through here is mostly like alchemical formula and testing compared to how they were written in the Niffican kind of, which is strange because for the most part, like, you would know this. Like, I think most people that have any level of, like, formal worldly knowledge would know that traditionally Niffican is an almost exclusively spoken language. It's not really written. So the fact that there's a book written in Niffican completely here is a big deal because, not to go into a history lesson, but it's a language that descends from an Arafian language, like, long time ago. So it, like, anything that is written would be very old or from a very small sect of people who could speak it and still write it, because the written stuff gave way a long time ago when the more rigid Trevanifican religious overtones about it came about, and they decided, like, there's no reason to write this, it should be oral tradition, it's more important that way.
Okay, can I tell from the book if it seems old? Like, does it seem like an aged book?
The book seems... It's not like it was written yesterday, but it can't be more than 20 or 30 years old at most.
Okay. All right. Can I tell, like, I guess I don't know what the, like, number system writing is here, but are, like, the number systems between languages different? Like, are there different numerals?
Kind of, but I think you can kind of intonate numbers more than easier than anything else.
Okay.
Real quick,
I'm just trying to figure out, like,
a horrible time, but I am incredibly stressed and need to go get water, so we are going to take one more break tonight.
Yeah, cool. No worries.
Oh, great. Me singing that is now going on YouTube.
All right. So, with that, Rohan, you are pouring through books trying to understand. Frey, what you doing?
Frey is gonna go back into the lab and is gonna kind of sit down on the bed.
Okay.
For a moment. And while he does that, you know, his hand goes down on it. Would he pick up anything from it? With his,
The overwhelming emotion that is just, like, it's a very recent, overwhelming, just, you're getting just this excitement. This feeling of someone finally learning to understand who they are and what they are. And it's got, like, that uncomfortably familiar feeling, like you're remembering something that's obviously not your own memory.
he very quickly pulls his hand away and stands back up again. But yeah, just kind of dealing with that.
A little while later, Garrett, you regain consciousness, but first, Shrieg, what are you doing with your unconscious friend in the alleyway?
I guess I'm just standing guard because I'm assuming the door probably closed behind him, right?
Okay, so yeah, you're dragging him all the way back to the door at least.
Yeah. Just drag him back there and then just kind of sit down next to him, I guess. Keep the crossbow pointed at him in case he wakes up.
Jesus.
Didn't ask for this.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's a few minutes later that Garrett gets up.
So the whole time while that was going on, Rohan is hearing like, "Oh God, either my wife is gonna kill me. I keep getting all these new scars. Women dig scars, right? Oh God.
Or your shirt is shredded and burnt away in the front.
Yeah.
Rohan just thinks like, Garrett, you were in the army.
Yes, but like, she liked me how I was. You know, I don't know how. God, she always said I was doing too stupid shit. So like now I don't know if this is gonna make it worse or not.
I feel like the earring, the ear piercing is going to be worse than any of this.
Cassie is just emotionless husk right now, confused about what's going on. And she's just sitting on the floor in the middle of the study, saying nothing.
I do think to Garrett, like, we should probably let Streeg in.
Sounds like a good idea. I'll get him.
Cool.
And I hobble my way up the. I'm still at 1 health, right?
Yes. This is
I
shortly.
kinda hobble my way up the stairs and say the opening phrase as I come out the gateway into the alley.
Meanwhile, before you get to that, Streeg.
Oh no.
I mean, they went down like 20 seconds apart. I would like everyone else to leave.
God damn it!
I just
Okay,
need
fine.
Streeg, so goodbye, friends.
Why is it always me?
I don't know. Why is it always you? Why are you always the one who's alone with these people?
Alright.
You sitting here standing guard, both your crossbows loaded, one pointing vaguely at him. He begins to stir. Kind of shakes his head and you. What do you want?
Just to know what you did with my friends.
Did nothing. Right behind us. Study.
Good. We'll wait for them then.
Oh, we could. Perhaps. And he has this just pausing moment. What are you here?
We came for Cassie.
And who are you all working with?
We don't work for anyone. I don't work for anyone.
It's far too good of a shot to be independent. Who hired you?
No one. I work for myself.
During this time, is Shriek thinking of anything in particular?
There's like a level of concern for the people that are still inside, but when he mentions working for someone, obviously he's thinking of Deal.
Where's Deal exactly? You work for?
I think I'd like suddenly stand up really quickly and like full on aim at him. How the fuck do you know that name? Who are you?
Don't work with them. I know. I can cover this all up. We can all go away. Just let me go now. I mentioned nothing. Your friends are safe. You let me leave. Convince them to leave. We go our separate ways. Never see each other again. Your Deal that you work with never needs to know about this botched job. How about that?
I don't work for them.
But you did. I'm sure they'd be very interested in knowing about this job that you have obviously done.
Why shouldn't I just kill you now?
He begins trying to stumble to his feet. Already dead. You can kill me, or let me go, but I'm not staying here. Get them to leave. Don't have them look around. And everything stays between us. And he stumbles to his feet, leaning against the wall, and begins starting to walk. Can I shoot him?
No.
You let him go?
I slowly lower the crossbow as he leaves, and as he goes, I think I just kind of call after him. If you don't do what you say, I'll find you. I swear I'll find you.
He says nothing. Presumably not enough lung power to yell back, but you see him turn right on the main alley, disappearing into the other side of him. And it is then
I think I
that
just
you
kind of slumped down.
against the wall,
Yeah.
Good at.
and
Oh.
as you slump down against the wall disappears and you fall back about a foot, staring directly up at Garrett.
I'm assuming that was
fuck.
Strig who just fell back.
Yes.
Hey, and I'm kind of like holding my stomach. What happened to Vossarion?
He got away. Got away.
He got away. Do I see any blood spots or whatever in the alleyway from like pools of blood?
Yeah, like up and down it.
Okay, like
I shot him, but he
got away.
kept going.
Crap.
I
Apparently Rohan, when he went down there, overheard him. He was trying to like, hey, whoever's here, if you're not my apprentice or whatever, like, I'm gonna call the cops on you. I know the cops. So I guess we're gonna have the cops on us.
We gotta go. We gotta get out of here, man. Where are the others? We gotta go now.
I don't know how we're gonna have the meeting with the crime family if we gotta. They're down there. They're looking at some books and stuff. Apparently, according to Cass, she was here voluntarily,
but it looked like he was drugging her. So I don't know if she was just like hoodwinked. You know how she's a little naive about things. So I don't know if she was just hoodwinked or if he was actually trying to teach her. So this is really awkward.
Well, it's a problem for later, and I think I just shove past Garrett and kind of run down the stairs, just kind of yelling as I go, we gotta go now.
Wouldn't tell Cassie, try to shoot him.
Later problem.
I'm gonna grab every book I can see and the vials of potion that are still there and take them with me if I can.
Okay.
Freya's following along as well, and he's just asking, "What happened? What happened?"
He got away. We gotta go.
Cassie?
No! And she just looks up at you, Rohan, with horror. You tried to kill someone.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out!
I walk out.
Yeah, Frey will hurry out as well.
As you guys are heading out, she collapses, and my throat is just burning after doing that.
Sorry to hear that. I see them come up the Where's Cass? Is she coming?
We gotta go.
Ah, crap.
If you'd like to talk to her, you can, but I can't. I have to
Would
go.
recommend not taking the time.
We want to leave her here.
Do we want to get caught?
You guys decide. I just walk away. I head back to the anchor and helm.
So, Rohan, you grab a few books that are handy. Obviously, you grabbed the Nifican one and the Rayclarian one.
Yes.
Beyond that, there are others. You're just like, how much are you trying to carry? Because like, if you're carrying books, you're not exactly gonna be able to carry open like beakers of fluids.
Yeah. I don't know, enough that I could stick them under one arm, probably. You know,
Okay.
maybe
so, like,
uncomfortably,
3 or
but
4.
yeah.
Okay. So you grab a couple more. Give me 2 luck saves. You're grabbing at random. You'll see what they are later. They don't have a title or anything. They're just leather-bound, thick journals, essentially.
All right.
So the 4 of you are at the alley. You can see where a blood trail starts nearly at, like, the T-junction of the alley, goes further down on the left-hand path, and then back all the way to the entryway and all the way down the right-hand path. Like, there's
I hear
blood all
combat
over
music.
this place.
Ah, crap.
But where are you guys going?
I guess away.
Just to a nearby, like, alley to recuperate and figure out, like, debrief?
Actually, I'm gonna go straight back to my flat. Yeah, I don't want to be around people, I think.
Okay, so you left with that. You're telling us you're taking some alone time and going off on your own.
Yeah. I have the earring in if you need me, but I'm leaving.
Why don't the rest of us go to the my inn? We don't want to be around where they were paying attention to us at the Anchor and Helm, and my inn's closer anyways. The Rusty Iron Tankard.
By the way, Rowan, did you go out left or right?
What?
Like the T-junction that goes out of the alley. Left or right?
You said the blood was going
No.
down to the right?
It both.
Both ways. Crap.
I would go to the left probably.
By you guys.
Well, if we're here, and we came in from this way right here,
Yeah.
or did we come in from this side?
You came in from, like, imagine let me zoom real far in. The T-junction, something like this. Cross and then up.
Okay. And this being the right or this being the left?
That would be the left. Because I was thinking.
Yeah, we would have gone. We would have gone this way too because that's the way to the inn over here.
Okay.
Well, for initiative.
Same way. And you guys are heading to back to the Rusty Iron Tankard.
Yeah.
Gang make they way back to the Rusty Iron
Oh,
Tankard.
where did I go? Oh, you moved me. Okay.
Sometimes I will. Got nothing else to do.
Wild thing.
Rowan.
Yep.
You make your way back to your flat. Is there anything specific you're doing here, or just like decompressing?
I think decompressing and then like I think I'm still just like looking at the books over and over again, I'm trying to find any evidence that we did the right thing. Like straight up, that's what I'm looking for. Not even really like trying to investigate more thoroughly. I'm just trying to find anything that suggests this was nefarious. So
right now it's about 11 a.m. noon. You're gonna spend like the rest of the day working on that.
yeah, I think probably like, I don't know, around dinner time or something, I'll head back to the Anchor and Helm because hypothetically we're supposed to meet the people. Oh, actually, I guess I'd head straight to the Sunken Pharisien.
I want to try to make an insight check or the equivalent of on Strieg because I know Strieg doesn't miss from what I've seen with his decorative crossbows.
Okay.
So I want to ask him like I know there's a secret and you don't have to even if I make a good check you don't have to tell me any of it or all of it. You know, it's just
I'm making hidden rolls. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Also, I can't move my character from where we were because I still have a person on my screen back down by.
Oh yeah, refresh. It's a bug.
Oh, okay.
Foundry where it'll clone them essentially.
Yay. But I just want to be like, you're sure you missed. That was a lot of blood that started at the T section versus back at the alleyway when he was coming out.
Yeah. You've seen shots before. Like, it would be very obvious to you that Strieg definitely got hit in the leg at least. Like, there's no way.
Strieg got hit in the leg?
Strieg got a hit in the leg.
Oh, got a hit. Yeah.
At least, like, however that dude got away. 10 seconds of Strieg reloading would not have saved him.
Yeah.
Can we say that while I'm at my flat for like the rest of the day before dinner, that I get like a long rest in? Potentially.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Get a rest in, patch up, and work. Rohan, you are going to be busy poring over these books.
Yeah.
I would like some notes. I would like you to write down some notes about the two journals.
Oh, okay. One sec, sorry. This up. Okay.
One of them is written in Pharisien. It is mostly, it looks like basic alchemical recipes, things like that. Like, here's something that can help with a stuffed nose. And then going into like almost like historical research of like not necessarily who discovered it, but how long it's been in use, if people believe it can work, and then maybe there will be a couple of pages on like tests and efficacy of it. And it just seems like someone was doing a lot of research, like a expose on like the history of alchemical stuff.
Okay.
The other one, I'm sorry?
Does it say anything in particular about what that particular potion is supposed to do?
We'll get into that when it's in one of the
Okay.
2 books that he grabbed that you already knew. As for the other one that you grabbed that you didn't know, it is in Rayclarian, and it looks like military invasion orders from the invasion right before the Black Sun.
Hey.
Invasion orders, tactics, rendezvous points, expected dates of reinforcements, where to be. Very elaborate, including hand-drawn maps.
Okay.
Hey, that's...
Do I recognize... Have I been on any of the paths that are being shown?
Oh boy. That's a question we're probably gonna have to go over after the session at some point, because that's a lot.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
That's a lot. Most of it has to do with because it is essentially titled the Vaudoulayan campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes into a lot of detail on like the negotiations with Alasir, people who are working, plans to move forward, things like that. Obviously, again, it's a 20-year-old book at this point, and it's not very useful in that front, but maybe there's something.
Okay.
The other 2, of course, I've already mentioned. One is the Nifican book, and the other one is the Rayclarian book about alchemical notes and things like that. It looks like testing or transcribing or something. We will circle back around to any more questions you have. In the meantime, Garrett, Frey, Strieg, back at the Rusty Iron Tankard. Frey, this is... what a shithole. Garrett?
Yeah.
Strieg?
So all I got out of my insight thing was that Strieg probably did hit him and just didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on there.
Okay.
And I do
I
apologize.
mean, I did say I hit him.
Yeah.
I just said he got away.
Yeah, like the...
Oh, I thought
yeah.
you... Okay.
No, it's very much like a... like, he's not being forthcoming that much.
Alright.
Me, I don't like missing shots.
I know. I knock on Beck's door. Is it locked still?
No, it is open.
It's open. Is she inside?
No. It is
Is there a note?
There's no note.
There's no note. Okay. Is there a note or anything from her? I feel like she would have at least said, like, hey, I'm good to go. Found that job I was talking about. Like, see you around. I'd like to think that she did that.
So you're heading to the bar to ask?
If there's no note in my room.
Okay. Okay, while you're heading there, Frey, what are you doing?
So I think Frey at the moment, obviously he doesn't have a room or anything here, so he would, I think, be...
I offer Frey to just hang out in my room for a bit.
Okay, yes, he will do that, because this tavern is not to his liking, his preferences. So yeah, so he's gonna...
Delicate demeanor.
Yes. So yeah, he is going to hang out in your room a bit, but he's definitely pacing back and forth quite a bit. Very, very restless, occasionally going to the window, looking out at the street. He's very, very unsettled by all of this.
You would note the bottom of the window frame is cracked, and the window frame itself is framed with mostly mold.
Yay! He grimaces, and he will take out a handkerchief, making sure that it is between his hand and the frame. He's gonna try and open the window. Get some air in here.
That handkerchief is at this point more disgusting than it has ever been in its life. But the window does open. There's a little bit more of a crack on the bottom of the frame as you open it. You have to like shimmy it one side at a time or it gets stuck. But you can get it open about 6 inches.
Okay. But yeah, he's gonna just kind of, I guess, hang out here until Garrett returns.
Garrett, you head down to the bar?
Yep. And I check in to see if any of I go up to the bartender. I'm assuming they've probably seen worse than me come in there. But I do ask them if a message was left by the lass with the flaming red hair.
He just, I think there was something there. Give me 1 minute, and bends down behind the bar and produces a rolled small scroll. And yeah.
I thank him and make my way back up to the room. While I'm doing that, I kind of crack open the scroll and take a look.
And it reads as follows. Lieutenant, there's been a bit of a change of plans. Talked to my sister and she's gonna be needing help. Way the fuck back, and I was like, gonna be leaving in a couple days. Staying at where's the dock warehouse north of here, and it gives fairly specific instructions. I'm working there and staying there to save the coin. Come by and see me. Max?
I'll have to make sure to check in on her. So I put that in my pocket, I guess, and when I get up to the room, I asked to talk to Streak in Beck's room real quick. Just so I'm not kicking Frey out of their room, but also a little privacy, because I'm hoping maybe Streak will feel a little something, because we've known each other for a bit here, been through a bit, that they might not want to say in front of someone else. I just kind of go, look, man,
Yeah.
I know you're a pretty good shot with those decorative crossbows, and I've seen what it looks like when someone gets hit bad. So I know you hit them pretty bad. Anything you want to tell, even if it's just between you and me, I can keep a secret. And I unhook the earring. Is this going to be a problem? Did he? Do you think we did the right thing? Cass thinks we tried to kill her tutor. She didn't want to come.
Fuck, man, I don't
know.
He just came running out into the alley, and I didn't see you guys, and he had an arrow in his back. You guys weren't there, so I took a shot, and he just kept moving, and I couldn't reload in time.
All right, it's a city situation. I was hoping we had a little more time. Maybe Bex would have come around if she had a chance, or not Bex, Cass would have come around if she had a chance to talk to you. But it is what it is. Bex is moving on. She's going back to Aslake. She's hanging out at dock, so I do want to try to see if we can see her before we leave, just to let her know. And then we still got to see about this
we still got to see about this meeting with the crime family here. But let's head back in the other room, so we're not leaving Frey alone.
Yeah, we should probably get out of town fast.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm Garrett's still confused why the blood would be going both ways at the intersection. But I hook the earring back in, and I try thinking. Or can I pick up anything from Rohan? Did he take the earring out, or is he busy, or are we too far away, or?
Actually, I don't know if there's a distance limit, I guess, but I wouldn't take it out because I know that we're still possibly meeting the Cartron family. So I think, like, even though I probably want to, like, I've kept it in. From my end, I think you're just getting, like, I don't know, increasingly desperate and frustrated, like looking through these books and just being like I can't find anything, and then probably at like some point I just like go to sleep, but depending on what time
Would you have picked up on my conversation with Sprigg, or the fact that Bex was leaving and not staying in town as she originally thought?
I think probably not. I think I'm probably like tuning stuff out unless I feel like you're talking directly to me.
Okay, so I get sleep noises from you then. All right.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, that's fine. That's why I just wanted to know kind of what
yeah,
what was up with that. Okay. So I come in, I'm like, so that didn't go how we wanted that to. Sorry you got dragged into that fray. That's not how we wanted it to go.
No, I can imagine not. And did you know that you have mold in this room? Have you slept in this room?
Yeah, and yeah, I've slept in worse.
God,
So
just breathing the air, and that's not how I wanted things to go either. I mean,
it's green mold. It's not black mold.
It smells pretty black to me. And I don't really know if there's a difference.
When did you say that meeting was gonna be? Was it tonight?
It's when you all arrive within the next few days. There's some flexibility.
So, do you need to contact them to tell them that we're coming, or are they just gonna be there waiting for us for a couple days?
They'll have somebody watching. They might need to wait an hour or so, but they'll be there.
Okay.
They're nearby.
So with this thing in, it feels like Rohan's asleep. I'm getting just kind of quick, almost dreamlike.
If you're getting nothing, and like you know whether or not like there's a connection, you know if someone else is wearing it. So if you're getting nothing, that means they're unconscious.
Yeah, I'm not really getting anything, but I know it's still connected. So I think he's probably asleep. We're gonna want to lay low in here. If you have somewhere else you would rather be, not necessarily a bad idea, but he did see you, me, and Rohan, and he knows that we were at the Helmet Anchor, so I would avoid there. I mean, we don't know what's going on. We don't know if he was on the up and up like our friend thought there, apparently. Or she's a little naive in that she likes to think the best of people, which isn't always a bad thing. But I could easily see her. I mean, she was being drugged. I mean, it doesn't mean that it was against her will, but at the same time, she was out, according to what Rohan was kind of thinking, and
Yes,
anything could have happened to her while she was unconscious like that, other than just learning how to control her powers.
It's all got very, very out of control, and I. Well, that's what I do. I listen to them. I try to understand them, and I should have done something different. And then it's like you said, he saw our faces. He saw my face. He might know my known that could cause issues. I think I need to write the letter. I know some people. We could find a way to sweep this away.
Right, your family there, they might be able to offer some form of forgetting to the police or something. I'm sure they probably have connections.
Yeah.
Or they might be able to get a hold of him, since it looks like he got away, and explain that it was a misunderstanding. And if it truly is a misunderstanding, I'm sure we could try to make amends in some way. I mean, we did shoot him twice, so that's just awkward. But something didn't seem right about him.
I agree. The entire circumstances around the entire situation were very odd, but but yes, I need to. Oh, your desk is filthy as well. All right. But yes, I'll reach out.
Well, I'm assuming that this room is literally just a twin bed and, like you said, a stool and a crate.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're welcome to stay here. There's not really a lot to do, but I probably should be doing this like I'm all like, but I'm gonna lay down for a while.
Yes, of course.
If you don't want to stay, that's fine. I'm gonna try to get a hold of Rohan and see if we can meet at the that bar tonight. I figure the sooner we can get this over with, the better.
Right. Yeah. I'll make sure to stay nearby then.
Can I ask a question? When we were in Vossarion's domain, could I tell if Cassie's foot was still like in pain, or if it was healed, or
It didn't
anything?
seem to be when she was running towards you.
Okay.
But she also had acid poured on her jaws, so that's
Yeah,
you
maybe
know,
adrenaline.
the old, oh hey, it hurts when I do this. Well, here, stab a pin in your gums, and now it won't hurt there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but she fully couldn't walk before.
True, but it's been a day or two. It's been a couple days.
Okay.
So, as you guys reel from the chaos of the evening, of the morning, I guess, not evening, fuck. It's around noon, maybe 1 p.m. You have a whole day still ahead of you. Rest, recuperation, decompression, and trying to analyze what the fuck happened and what happens next.
Yeah.
Things are curious, to say the least. There are questions abound and answers, well, not nearly enough of them. Maybe there's something that you can get from this new possible ally who seemingly came in your moment of need and was there in a dark one. Maybe Frey can give you some answers, give you a guide to different parts of the city. Maybe Frey can help you navigate these clusterfucks as you seem to find enemies on every corner. Alessier has not treated you well thus far, but the options for survival are well and truly there. As you exhaust yourselves, rest, and figure out what's next, we will go ahead and end tonight's session.
I'm fucking stressed.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
God, I'm caught between like.
Oh
and
boy.
I'm sure some of you feel the same way. Like, did we do the right thing
Yeah.
in trying to save our friend? I mean, first of all, I don't know anyone else who would make me feel this way after trying to save my friend. Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, same.
Exactly.
I truly don't know what we were supposed to like. I know that that's not how you like write campaigns. It's not like, oh, there was like a right answer here or whatever. But like, it is really stressful to just be like, what did Robert want us to do?
So my first thought was you guys
see it attacking the guy.
Like, I was expecting you guys to like have someone stake it out, wait until he leaves, then sneak it. Make sure the place is empty. That was my thought. And then you'd be able to investigate and see what's happening.
Well, I honestly thought it was more like, I didn't realize it was gonna be like a room. I thought it was honestly because we met first the apprentice guy, like Vossarion's apprentice dude, and he was the guy who came and talked to us. My assumption was like this was like, I don't know, I guess a school of some kind, you know?
Yeah.
Like I thought it was gonna be, as in I thought it was like a campus or like a big place.
You thought it was like a portal somewhere else.
Yeah, basically. I thought it was going to be like a big building, basically. Mm-hmm. And there were going to be, dozens of people there. And so I was very much like, oh, we're walking into a cult. Like, I don't think we're going to be in trouble of like getting found out or whatever, because there's like dozens of people around. I was not expecting to be like a dungeon with one person slaving over potions and a bunk bed,
There was more stuff I didn't describe, and that's my bad. It was very stressful, and
that's
the combat kicked off. But essentially, I described the important stuff, and then shit hit the fan, and I was like, "Well, okay."
Yeah.
Oh man, like I said, wasn't expecting a fight there. Didn't make a map.
Yeah, I guess like it makes sense for like considering what you were thinking of, that it's like a person. It definitely would make more sense that we would wait for him to leave. But in my head, I was like, well, you can't sit outside of like Hogwarts and be like, all right, we'll go in when they leave. You know what I mean? It's like, no, there's like dozens of people here. Like, like what are we talking about here?
That was certainly, oh man. Well, I mean, hey, sequence breaking the narrative a little bit. You might be pulling back the curtain on some stuff happening a little bit, but that's the fun of it. Sometimes a attempted murder will get you some fun information out of some weird books.
I'm just hoping that Strieg eventually feels comfortable with telling us what may or may not have occurred in that alleyway while we were down there, and whether or not it was the correct thing to have assaulted the guy, and whether or not he was going to kidnap Cassie.
Well, my favorite thing is that it's very much a meta tease as well, because in character, you guys don't know that Shriek just fucked that dude up in combat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Shriek is like, like Lee is like, who says I'm lying? And I'm like, we were there for the first part. Like, we know very explicitly that you're lying.
Actually, no, Robert and I got on and we just fully retconned that, sorry.
Oh,
I mean,
my
admittedly,
God.
for all we know, Krieg shanked the guy 30 times and dragged him around a corner.
Yeah, that's
you
very...
never looked for a body.
Yeah, you guys went one way, and then you're like, okay.
Y'all know how Shriek feels about magic.
Well, we do know how Strick feels
I
about
like
magic.
I love the idea of that being the reason you kill him. Like,
Shriek hates magic so much he ate the entire body.
But Street
finally got my
wouldn't have
hands on one of
stabilized
you
the guy.
fucking mages. I know there's 2 of you in my adventuring party, but that doesn't matter.
The only way you can be sure a mage is dead is to have it inside of you. Then it cannot escape. Your bitter hatred and distrust will keep it safe.
I'm actually on my Hannibal the Cannibal arc.
Oh, I'm into it. I'm into Shriek. Shriek being I can see Shriek as a young cannibal.
Krieg is doing a Baldur's Gate 3 Dark Urge playthrough.
Oh my god. Oh god, I was not ready for that.
It's so frustrating. Like, it's like one thing for in like the past combats or whatever, like when we were looking for the Beacon Knights at the end of the session to be like, well, just so you know, there were 2 of them that were still alive and you're never going to go back. And for us to just be like, all right, I guess that sucks, but at least we have an answer. But like, I mean, unless you want to answer, I can't ask like, so what was Vossarion's
Cass
deal?
actually being kidnapped? Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, you'll find out at some point. That's still very relevant to the campaign.
And the other thing I feel bad about is just leaving Cass there. We just left her. I mean, I understand why we left her, but we just left her.
You did leave her at the crime scene of attempted murder.
I mean, that was on, like, she knows how to get out, I
Yeah.
think, so.
Yeah, she probably knows how to get out, and
drag her.
And all she's got to do is just say, I was in here with Vossarion. He was helping me, and you know my leg was broken. You can talk to what's his name, who was at the whose party we were at, and
I feel like we're giving Cassie a lot of
and then my friend Garrett
credit.
Shriek, and
she doesn't have to say who we are. Then these people broke in and tried to kill him, and he ran away.
I mean, she might very well say who we like. I feel like we might have burned that bridge at this point. I don't know.
Which I'm worried about. I didn't want to burn that bridge. I liked Cass.
Yeah, me too.
She'll never get to wear that outfit with Streak again.
Are we any better than Molly holding a knife to people's throats and telling them to leave?
Oh, I'm so happy you guys finally asked about that. Molly's been sneaking out at night, threatening to kill people if they don't take the money and leave the city. And then sometimes people fight back, so she has to kill them.
Wait, she has to kill them?
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Did you guys not get that?
Yeah. Sometimes they fight back and they're like, "Oh, you've got money, give it to me," and then she just slits their throats.
I thought she just ran away.
No, she's not running away.
I thought she was fighting in self-defense or whatever, or like
I thought
to
it
end
was
the fight,
fully
but not
clear
necessarily
that
to
she was
kill.
murdering people.
I mean, I'll be honest. I thought the whole time she was straight up Batmaning shit.
Yeah, I think I probably thought of something like that too. It was like, I don't know, that felt a little strange to me because how would you just like stumble upon people who are getting fucked over by like the guards or whatever, you know?
You look for people
like,
in the
it's
middle of
tough
the
to
night
be
who
in
are
the right
passed
place
out and drunk.
Well, yeah, but I mean like the Batman thing, like how would you would you specifically find people in the middle of getting fucked over by guards or whatever?
That's actually really easy to find, though. Do they live in the city? If so, yes, they're being exploited by the guards.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
hopefully
but, like-
Alice here is large enough that these incidences of dead bodies being found isn't all that
But Batman isn't like passing like
unnerving.
social welfare like legislation.
No,
you know what I mean?
murder's
Like,
pretty rare in Alice here.
Oh God.
Yeah, no.
No one's been talking about it?
It's been like a day
we
and
haven't
a half.
heard.
Also, she's very good at hiding bodies.
Great.
I have so many emotions, and I'm exhausted.
Oh,
How many of
God.
these people has she saved versus how many people has she quote unquote saved?
I feel like just the Molly thing would have been way too many emotions for one session.
God. I'm
so
not
good.
giving you that number, by the way.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Can you give us like a reduced fraction? What's the ratio?
Oh, the ratio? She's helped more people than she's killed.
Oh, okay.
That's
Depending
good.
on if you consider giving them money and forcing them to leave the only town that they live in, helping.
Like, I know, I'll tell you one because I don't think it's gonna come up and it's really fun. Like, I don't think Rowan's gonna use mind reading to get specifics on who she's helped.
No.
But, she, found this, this woman who was, like, essentially, like, wandering home after working on the docks all day. She followed her home and put a knife to her daughter's throat and said, "If you guys don't leave, I'm killing your daughter." And then gave her all that money that Garrett gave her.
Yay, she got 2
Mentality.
silver.
She's like, I'm
She got 2
helping.
silver.
Yeah. It seemed fair because like the daughter's like 14 or 15 and also has a job.
Is that funny? I don't know if the funny is the word I'd use.
Well, in my head, I'm imagining the daughter as like stronger and bigger than fucking Molly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Molly.
The scenario is just so weird that it's funny. It's not like
Yeah,
oh,
it's
that's a
the
funny thing. Ha
absurdity
ha
of
ha!
it.
Hold a
Yeah.
knife to someone's. It's the absurdity. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just stressed because it's like the beginning of the session was finding out that one of our party members might be evil, and then the rest of the session was us finding out that we might be evil, and I'm just like, I want some answers on some of this, please. I'm so stressed.
Well, at least the party
Stressed for
doesn't lie
next
to
week.
each other ever about anything.
I hate you so much. Why are you doing this to us?
You guys
One of
don't
these
even...
days, I'm gonna. I guess I like complaining about like how Stree gets to be the one who listens to stuff, but I definitely would not want to be the person with the secrets.
It has to be so much more stressful.
Yeah, I definitely would 100% immediately tell people. Can I ask, like, is Lee allowed to tell us, like, if they choose to?
I would say, I mean, I'm not gonna like kick them from the campaign for it or anything, but I
Sure.
think they have a reason that they wouldn't want to.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that fair?
Let's just say it would require me to be extremely out of character.
Huh.
And
Okay.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh man, the first.
This is twice now that you've left us going like, did we do the right thing? Because same thing with when we left the guards. And we're like, oh yeah, they're dead. Oh no, actually they're not dead. Motherfucker.
Technically, a third time, you guys murdered a bunch of innocent goblins that were defending themselves too.
I was pretending that didn't happen. That never happened in my mind.
I'm
We
just saying,
blanked
you
that
guys
part.
keep going in guns blazing.
I feel
This-
like we have not once gone in guns blazing.
Despite the
I
fact
keep trying to avoid
that
fighting.
your bloodthirsty vanguard leader Rohan has no damaging spells.
Okay,
right.
can I ask Lee? You can say you don't want to answer if you don't want to. Robert or Lee, I guess. Does Strieg know more about the answer to the question, did we do the right thing, than we do?
I'm willing to answer that if Lee's not.
I'm not answering.
Okay. fine.
I will say that conversation does not shed any light on whether or not you guys did the right thing.
Okay, fair enough.
It's much more, I would go so far as to say it makes you question, are we the baddies that much more?
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
that does shed
No.
light then, right?
No, because it has nothing to do with It has nothing to do with the motives of Vossarion.
Okay.
When your neutral good party, or sorry, when your chaotic evil party thinks they're neutral good.
Yeah.
I really hope that this continues to Rohan's like bloodthirsty war leader arc.
He's nuclear Gandhi. He's nuclear Gandhi.
Really frustrating because like I don't like murder hobos. Like I'm not trying to do that.
I really enjoy it. Like he had an emotional reaction to the idea that his friend might be getting like fucking magic trafficked or something.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you did the wrong thing. I think it just presents a really interesting dichotomy of what's gonna happen next.
Yeah. Sure. Interesting.
It
I
makes
guess.
you have to consider like, oh fuck. Maybe yes, like, you know, essentially Rohan acts like the cops.
Great. Thanks.
Shoot first, investigate himself, find out he did no wrongdoing. Then take a vacation.
I feel
That's
like
okay.
Rohan.
I'll investigate Rohan and find out he did nothing wrong.
I feel like
Even
the
though we're on the
worst
same
problem.
team.
I feel like this is maybe worse. Is that Rohan continually shoots people, investigates himself, finds out he did the wrong thing, and then does it again anyway, which is so much like more stressful.
Well, that's the thing. He's trying to be like this brave, good person who's now a warrior.
Yeah.
Like, I think it makes it really interesting that he's trying to do the right thing, and then he has to consider whether or not he did afterwards.
Yeah.
Killing goblins, wrong thing. I would go so far as to say that you guys didn't really fuck up with the stuff on the coast with the Beacon Knights. I think that was more of just a incidental ending.
Yeah. There was no way for us to know unless we either killed the thing or managed to sneak past it and get deeper.
You're not killing that thing, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you saw how much fucking health that guy had. Mr. Vossarion. He was a big boy.
Yeah.
How many spell slots did he have?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
The Blood Slash was not a spell slot, so he had 1 left at that point. He had 3.
Huh.
Okay.
Can I ask what level he is?
He had 7 hit dice, so essentially level 7.
Okay. That makes me feel better because my one like non-violent combat spell is I have the lullaby thing now, like sleep basically. But it only works on people who are 4th level or under. So I did feel bad that like, oh, maybe I could have avoided all this, but no.
Yo, that wouldn't have done shit to him.
Yeah.
Then you would have felt real bad that you wasted the spell.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that was a very powerful mage that you guys just fucking took down. Which might be that might be the mission statement of Worlds Without Number. You guys got the fucking drop on a mage that is so insanely powerful, and you murked him and he never really stood a chance.
Yeah.
And it was essentially a 2-on-1 too. Like, fucking Frey wasn't in the fight. Frey threw some acid, but that was it. Streak wasn't there.
I didn't do anything except distract him. Rohan did a lot of it.
Yeah.
And Strig got the final 2
Strig
shots with their
yeah, you
rolling,
guys fucking murked it.
rolling 18 and 19 for hits.
So Ronnie, what does Frey think of the party at this point?
Oh my god.
He does not know what to think right now. Like, he understands their motives in going to look for their friend. But he's also right now feeling a little torn apart by his acid throwing in particular. Because he feels like
He was kind of forced into that situation.
kind of. And he feels that he wished he had taken his own way with it, because he knows he is a talker, and he knows he can't talk down everyone, but he wishes maybe he could have had a chance to see what was going on with this guy. But yeah,
Yeah,
he's
that was
definitely feeling a
disappointing.
little.
I would have loved to have seen Frey have a conversation on the party's behalf with this dude. Also, another thing, if you guys just got captured by the trap and then like somebody got completely frozen up by it, by the door, then fucking Vossarion came out and be like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
That might have been another way to handle it.
Yeah,
Just be like,
essentially
hey,
it's a security feature where like it locks them up so they can't like do anything. Then he comes out and calls the cops.
Yeah.
but for all we know, he was going to lock us up and then murk whoever was locked up.
You didn't know. You couldn't know. That's what made it interesting.
You know, I do have to say, there was a world where I like literally executed this guy on the first shot, and I don't know what the emotions would have been if that had happened. So I guess I don't know.
Cass
Rigo
probably
been
still
so
would have.
proud.
Cass probably still would have left, which I'm not happy about.
Yeah.
I also let me tell you this, Ronnie mad fucking props for immediately figuring out like the thing with the vial and oh, it's burning. Oh, it really burns the nose. It's like smelling salts.
Yeah,
And apparently, it also burns chins.
Oh, well, yeah, it has to be really strong.
Yeah.
Also, that was just a tiny amount, like drops from running over there and just putting on her nose. Like it wasn't like it wasn't enough to deal damage. Like when Frey launched it and it tore into the and like burnt down to like the muscle above the rib cage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, that was oh boy. I'm so sorry I didn't have a map for that. You guys made it a lot easier.
Is this the third time I've died? No, this is the second time I've died.
You know, here's
This
the
is the
thing: if
second
you
time.
took Die Hard instead of the AC, you would have stayed up. Or whatever the
I
fuck
know, I
Die
should
Hard's
have. I
called,
was.
Hardy, whatever.
That was one of the ones we were thinking about.
Yeah. And Street
Yeah, I
continues
took
to
Die
be
Hard.
flawless and doesn't take damage and stands outside and shoots things.
You know, it's serving me really goddamn well.
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing next week. Like here's the thing. Like,
Neither
there's so
do
much shit
we.
going on in the city. I have no idea. Oh, regarding those books, and if you recognize any of it, I need to go through that.
Okay.
I do want to say a thing I would like to do, hopefully next session, is I do want to check in with Bex while we can.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to do it the previous session, but we didn't get a chance. I also want to check in with the Wayfinders to see if my buddy who was supposed to meet me in Leska made it to Alice here. So necessarily don't have to do it, but those are two things that I would like to try and squeeze in before we have to flee the city for murder.
Well, I mean, you could also just, I guess Rohan could just change what he looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rohan goes invisible, makes Strieg and Rohan changes how he looks. Strieg and myself get turned invisible, and then
Frey hopefully
Frey is
isn't
just gonna have to.
Identified. Idrish, did you get the PM?
Yes. Yeah. Good to know. Fascinating. All right.
Yeah, what I think I'm gonna try and have Frey do next session is I'm gonna have him reach out to
context. Because he's a little worried for his reputation right now.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
But I should.
I do also want to see if we can get that meeting going with the crime family. Sorry for cutting you off.
But no, I was just saying that I'm actually gonna drop my picture of Frey in the character reference chat.
Yeah, please.
Ooh, yay!
Picture.
Ooh, he's pretty.
He is. This is actually art I've gotten commissioned of him.
Wow. I gotta do that for Rohan, because all the
Frey's-
other ones look.
I'm sorry, continue.
No, I was just gonna say, it looks solid, but then you look at it closer and it's like, oh, his eyes are black.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I do artists I can recommend. I actually have a bunch of art commissioned Frey.
Yeah, I would.
Because
If you
I
have
went a little
recommendations, that'd be cool. Yeah.
wild. Yeah.
See, I thought his eyes were just closed.
It looks
So
like
did
it.
I.
Like it kind
It
of
looks like it from far away, but if you do
Yeah.
zoom in, like you
Yeah.
can see that
I
it
mean,
is.
all of them look good far away, and
He has like bug eyes.
now that like the
Mhm.
new updates out, like all the AI generation looks good, fairly close up to. It's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so excited! Can't be Sunday again. I don't know what to prep at this point. Like, I just kind of have to start spiraling out because you guys have so many options.
I hope next episode is very chill and we just sleep and chat over coffee or something. Like,
I mean,
I
you
think
guys
we
did that
need
for a
another
little while
shopping
this session.
episode.
yeah, I want no developments next time.
We don't have Cass to go shopping, and I promised we'd take her back.
You guys are gonna. Yeah, oh my god! Next time you go to Rikuri Town, they're gonna want your head for not bringing Cassie back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe we can still be friends. I don't know. Seems unlikely.
I mean, he got away.
It's just really fun. Like, this was the first time in her life someone was giving her answers to the visions she's been having her whole life.
And we fucked him up.
But was he? I don't know.
Well, she believes he was.
I
She
know.
wholeheartedly believes it, and Frey knows that now.
The other thing I thought you guys could have done was try and, like, investigate or interrogate or threaten one of the apprentices.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
kind of
know.
who I thought we would run into. I didn't expect to actively run into
Yeah.
him, himself there and find Cass drugged on the bed. That was, yeah.
I guess we know the apprentice's name now. It was Avery.
What? I'll give you some fun meta knowledge. That is
Sure.
not the name of the apprentice you guys met.
Oh, okay.
There's at least two.
Okay.
Also,
And
I'm
Rohan is
really
going,
happy
motherfuck,
that
he's got two apprentices? Why can't I find a single master?
also I'm really happy that Frey rolled good and I was able to get it out there that, like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
people apprentice for this dude and then they just leave the city and they're never really, like, they just leave the city. It's
They
weird.
disappear, yeah.
Do they leave the city or do they disappear?
I think those are kind of the same thing if you're someone like Frey who lives in the city there you're for all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. But if they're just
I-
leaving the city, I feel like that's.
If Frey had heard that they had left the city, he definitely would have, like, clarified that.
I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
I think either it's very neutral. Like, they just aren't there at one point. Like
Mhm.
like
Okay,
there's
fair
no
enough.
there's no like people who are like, yeah, I mentored under Edelweiss Vodwalayan. Sorry, I had to do one for you, Dave.
Yeah.
A couple
and
years
that-
back, like, once people seem to, like, graduate, they're just fucking gone. No one hangs around after they're done with them. What that literally means is a complete question mark.
Right. Because when I first heard that, I'm like, well, maybe they're being sent to other areas. Maybe they're traveling on their own. But like them just disappearing doesn't sound wholesome.
Wholesome.
I feel like there is a question now of like Cassie can see the future. She knew that she had to see Vossarion, but then it's like, okay, like if it didn't work, then like did we, I don't know, interrupt her destiny, or like was this also always supposed to happen?
Oh, you want to get into that? Time to go watch Arrival, the greatest
Yeah,
sci-fi movie ever. And then we can question what free will is.
yeah. Ugh,
It's
okay.
almost 1:30. I should go to bed.
I
Yeah,
think this
I'm
is a
gonna
good
go.
place to call it. What a chaotic fucking session. Like, Ronnie, you picked the best time. This is the most chaotic thing that's ever happened in this campaign.
Yeah, for sure.
But this was a lot of fun, though.
They
and
need an
yes,
anchor.
Thank you for
joining
inviting me.
us. You need to be their anchor. Like,
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
you need to be a literal ball and chain to literally just slow them down and make them consider their actions.
I feel like
I definitely felt like, as a new person to the group, I was definitely in a bit of a follow along mindset today. But as I get more comfortable, yes,
Yeah.
I feel like Frey is literally
Kettle
like
more.
the moral canary in the coal mine.
So wait, are you saying only after you get him killed you'll start to feel bad?
Well, like
We
just
already feel bad.
the idea of Frey throwing acid at the bad guy and then being like, "Oh no, are we the bad guy?" is like truly such a pivot in like the whole vibe of what was happening.
Oh my god.
That's when everything started going from like, oh, yeah, this isn't good to like, or from like, oh hey, yeah, we gotta kill this guy. He's gonna hurt our friend. To like, oh, this isn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we'll see next week where
Mhm.
things go.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna go play some Spider-Man 2 to decompress.
Nice.
Have fun.
I'm going to be writing a lot of depressing stuff because that makes me happy.
Great.
If it
God.
makes you happy.
I look forward to being personally victimized by it next week.
Oh, you think I already
Right.
like? That's like I'm saying. I have to write spiral out. Like I have to spiral out from where you guys are. I don't have a direction. Like,
Yeah.
We're spiraling.
like I have to just kind of like spiral out and hit a little bit of everything until I can like hone in on what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fun. Thank you
It
guys.
was fun.
Thank you for.
It's definitely fun.
Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging again.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for next week. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yes, very excited.